plan that underpinned by three essential pillars. Firstly, the ministry continues to build modern and sustainable housing towns. Bahrain is one of the pioneering countries in the region to establish 8 sustainable housing cities in the various governorates of Kingdom of Bahrain. However, when it comes to cities and towns, we are not just about providing government-led solutions, but it's also about maintaining and strengthening the social fabric while building modern, sustainable cities. An example of that was the launch of the plan to develop the city of Muharraq in a way that preserves the historical and cultural identity. The plan aims to preserve the fabric of the city's urban heritage and create visual harmony between its heritage and modern buildings, using contemporary architectural method. And here is where the design thinking and innovation comes in place. The second pillar is providing innovative and immediate solution through unique financial schemes. In 2022, we have launched a new financing scheme to give the citizens more options to accelerate the pace of having their homes, which have enhanced the kingdom's long-term sustainable development. Our housing financing solutions are customized to meet the unique requirements of the target market. Thirdly, the Government Land Development Program that was launched in 2019. The program presents an opportunity to strengthen an effective partnership between the government and the private sector through the participation of real estate companies in the implementation of housing units, which will be directed to the citizens who are benefiting from the financing schemes at prices close to the value of the fund. Those efforts have been recognized on a national, regional, and international levels. We are proud that the new housing financing schemes won the MEAD Award for Best Innovation Program in 2023. These achievements are a result of the vision of His Majesty, King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, and the directives of the government led by His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince, and the Prime Minister, to provide an innovative housing solutions to the citizens. Through these innovations, we aim to place users at the front, ensuring that innovations not only meet their needs, but also reflect a dynamic and adaptive approach to problem solving. In this forum, we bring together leaders from different industries to explore the application of design thinking and foster innovation across disciplines. Through a calibration and open dialogue, we aim to harness the collective intelligence of our communities to shape the future cities. We hope this forum can serve as the spark of ignite innovation, inclusive and sustainable solution that shape our future for our beloved Kingdom of Bahrain. Thank you for participating in this event, and I wish you a beneficial and enjoyable experience.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now please join me in welcoming Mr. Ahmed Tayyara, the Chief Business Officer and Deputy General Manager of Iskan Bank, for the welcome remarks. Mr. Ahmed.
Your Excellency Amna bint Ahmed Al-Rumaihi, Minister of Housing and Urban Planning, Chairperson of Iskan Bank, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Under the patronage of Her Excellency Amna bint Ahmed Al-Rumaihi and the sponsorship of Iskan Bank, it's an honor to launch this Design Thinking Forum with experts gathered to foster innovation and growth in the financial as well as other sectors, which is also aligned with the policy of the government to contribute to the development of the Kingdom of Bahrain. I express sincere gratitude to the Bahrain Institute for Banking and Finance for being a leading force in organizing such valuable events, bringing together more than just an audience, but rather a think tank full of unique insight and experiences. I welcome you all on behalf of Dr. Khalid Abdallah, who could not be with us today for health-related reasons. I'm delighted to be here today, and I'm looking forward to learning from you and learning with you in the next few hours. Now, I did not want to redefine design thinking. I think Her Excellency has done an excellent job in touching on the main important points of this. And instead, I think I would go and leave you with a story that I feel has embodied extremely well design thinking. And the story goes as such. So I would like to take you back into the 90s and consider that there was this company A, which is extremely well established in its industry. In 1997, to be specific, Company B establishes itself to operate exactly in the same industry. And for you to be able to have an idea of the context, when that company established itself in 97, 3 years later only, in the year 2000, the shareholders of Company B wished to sell their shares to Company A for a mere $50 million as an equity acquisition amount. Company A refused. Now, I would like you, I think some of you would have definitely have had that experience in the past. Try to consider this so that you're able to see the association in connection with the companies. It's 7 o'clock in the middle of the week. On a work day, you're leaving the office. You get stuck in traffic. You arrive at home around 8:30. You walk into your living room. You're about to throw off your shoes, jump on that sofa, and comes the spouse shouting, "How are we going to get entertained tonight? How about you go, honey, and walk to the store across the street and rent for us this movie that has won all these Oscars for the year?" And of course, you nod with a lot of discomfort, but you certainly oblige. You move across the road, you move straight into the shop, and when you arrive at the counter, you end up sometimes with these two potential scenarios. Scenario number one, hey, guess what? It's been rented out already, but you can put your name. It's on a waiting list for 3 days. If it arrives earlier, we'll call you. And the other scenario is, you're in luck. It just arrived. You can take it now, but because it's in such high demand, you have to bring it tomorrow by 10 o'clock in the morning. The guy, 10 o'clock, is already at work, but anyhow. And they have this policy, you know, there is the lateness penalty. It's $2 a day in case you're late in returning that movie. This was the business model of Company A. In my opinion, it wasn't human-centric, and it certainly had no empathy whatsoever. What did Company B do? Company B started effectively sending DVDs straight to your mailbox, and there was no penalties. Today, Company B is basically giving you an amazing content that is up to date and that you can have the comfort of using straight from the fingertips of your remote control. Okay, by now I think everybody, at least those who were in the 90s renting videos and so on, must have felt the pain points. And Company A is basically Blockbuster, and Company B is Netflix. Today, Netflix continues to license fresh production, existing rights, and has gone all the way into international markets to the point that they have in excess of 200 million subscribers, and the value of that company today is in excess of $200 billion. So try to remember in the year 2000 when they wanted to sell it for a mere 50 million. What did Netflix do? They have done design thinking extremely well. They went straight for the centric point of the human experience. They have challenged their assumptions. They have readdressed their problems, and they have continuously did the prototype, iterate, embrace technology, and so on. I would eventually repeat what has been said in connection with design thinking not to be considered as a process. It is definitely a mindset. It's your ability to look at the world with curiosity, with empathy, and with optimism, in the hope that you will enjoy the journey along. Without further ado, let's launch this Design Thinking Forum, and join me in welcoming Mrs. Mariam Majid, who is the head of Digital Transformation and Project Management Center at the BIBF. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the forum team, I would like to welcome you all to the Design Thinking Forum. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank our strategic partner, Ascan Bank, for collaborating with us on this initiative. In my very short presentation, I'll just give you a brief about the forum theme and also the agenda for today. When we talk about competencies and skills within the corporate world, we tend to separate analytical skills, basically skills related to problem solving, skills related to project management, skills related to data analytics, and separate them from the creative skills. Being strategic, being visionary, being innovative. As we live in a very fast-paced era, it became a must to introduce a new set of skills that combines both aspects. And here, one sample is design thinking skills. With design thinking, whilst design thinking suggests different frameworks and different approaches to innovate, it also allows the flexibility to be innovative, to have creative way of problem solving. For today's forum, we are pleased to bring to you speakers, international and national speakers from different regions. The idea is to have different perspectives and hear from the different experiences worldwide and also from the national expertise. The forum today is divided into 3 tracks. Within each track, we will have keynote sessions. The idea of the keynote sessions is to have, to set the scene, to learn from what's trending in the market, to learn from the different approaches. And within each track, we have panel discussion, and we included the panel discussions to hear from the industry experts, real-life examples and case scenarios. The first track will tackle first about design thinking, the idea of it, providing you with an introductory. Then we'll move into the use of design thinking in digital innovation, and we'll end the forum of sustainability, how we incorporate design thinking within the corporate culture to ensure sustaining this mindset within the corporate world. Thank you once again for joining us today, and I wish you an enjoyable and pleasant experience in the forum.
Thank you, Mariam. Our journey into the world of design thinking begins with a session on the art of innovation, design thinking, explained by Ms. Adela Christie, founder of Ascent Group and co-founder of Design Thinkers Academy Eastern Europe, joining us from Romania. Please join me in welcoming Adela.
Thank you.
Excited to be here today. It's an honor, and thanks a lot for invitation. I will let me just check what we are. So I'm For my background, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder of several companies in different industries and an investor. And over the years, in my experience, I learned and I keep learning why design thinking is actually something that totally makes the difference. And not only in our professional life, but actually it makes it also in our personal life. I'm part of the Design Thinkers Academy, which is one of the world leading agencies in design thinking with offices across many countries in the world. And I'm leading the Eastern European hub for Design Thinkers Academy. I'm originally from Romania, and I lived in different countries in Europe. And my connection, because here we are with a group of wonderful banking and finance professional, my connection with this field is that for 15 years in my professional life, I also teach at the university money and banking. So in the design thinking projects that we run, I'm always happy when I can get involved in the banking sector. What are my topics for today? And we only have 20 minutes, so it's really a lot. But my challenge is to convince you why. First, the why. Why is innovation important? And then, who can innovate? Because we tend to believe that innovation is something for the creative geniuses. And then how it works and why design thinking, actually, when we speak about innovation. And an example, I hope I have the chance to share with you 2 examples, actually. So, why? We always start with the why. Why should we speak about innovation in the first place? We all know that we are facing society that is more and more complex and changing very fast, and you don't get used with something that you have to move on to something else. And here it's a graph that actually shows us the speed of change. So if you look up, and it's the time that took to different industries to reach 50 million users. And if you look up, we have the airlines. It took them 68 years. Electricity, 46 years. And computer, 14, and Facebook, 3 years. And Pokemon Go, I won't tell you my opinion on Go. It took them 19 days, only 19 days to reach 50 million users. So here is good news and bad news. The good news is that actually, if you can innovate, if you have a good idea, if you understand the users, the potential users, if you understand some unmet needs that you can actually build on, then you can build up a business and be successful very, very quickly nowadays. The bad news is that almost anyone now can do it, so it's a very competitive market, and we cannot just sit and wait and say, oh, we are big businesses. And it was a wonderful example before with the Netflix that actually was eating up a whole industry in a very, very short period. And actually, I was showing this graph 1 or 2 years ago, and now I had to update it because this year we have even a faster we have two types of businesses who are reaching 100 millions of users. 2 months, ChatGPT, we all know, and then Threads, and that's more known in the United States than in other parts of the world, in only 1 week. So that's already scary. That already tells us, well, we need to move fast. And that's the why innovation is so important. It's not good to have, anymore, it's a must. It's a matter of survival, and we can see all kinds of things in the news that even Harvard will use an AI teacher to teach students. And obviously, this doesn't mean that all the teachers will be replaced, but a more personalized way of learning in the future. Now, this shows us that the traditional approaches do not work anymore. And what do we mean by traditional approaches? Approaches that are focused only on the processes and not on the people, who are mainly based on logical thinking. And I don't have anything against logic. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a mathematics teacher. So I still love the logic, but now the robots are actually taking the floor. They are faster than us with algorithms, so we need more and more creativity to be able to beat them in this competition. And then also in the traditional ways of doing things, there was not much prototyping. Someone had a good idea, a person or a team, and then you go to market, and then you fight to convince your customer, and if you're lucky, your idea was good, but if you're not, then you will fail, and you invested lots of money. While what we need now, it's it's an approach that is based more on prototyping and testing before implementing. And not just a more facilitative leadership, involving the people, involving the teams. Creativity, it's not a one-man business, it's really a team business, a team approach. Now, I hope that I convince you that innovation is something that really concerns everyone, and we need to do something about that. But the question is now what we need and who actually can innovate. And people tend to believe, still many people, and many young people, I'm quite a lot still in contact with the students in the university, so people tend to believe that in order to innovate, you need to be a creative genius. You need to be like Einstein, or like Tesla, or like Edison, or Steve Jobs. And that's not true. Through some principles and methodologies and mindsets together, actually anyone can innovate. That's the good news. Because innovation, it's not necessarily creating the new iPhone or the new ChatGPT. Innovation, it's bringing consistent improvements to current products, services, experiences. So it's a combination between doing something new and bringing added value to someone. So if I just do something new because I like to do new stuff to please myself, then that's not innovation. Or if I bring added value, but it's something that other competitors in their market also do, then it's not innovation. But if I manage to combine these two elements, then we can speak about innovation, and innovation can be also in much smaller things than bringing big products into the market. And what we need, it's a mixed, actually. It's a mix of systemic approach. We need to think in a more systemic way. We need to understand the trends in the society and the signals of change. And then we have to use our empathy and to move into the shoes of our customers, potential customers, and to see the world through their lenses, to understand what are their needs, and especially their unmet needs. Because the beautiful example that we just heard in this morning, husband who was going in the evening to rent that movie, there was an unmet need, the need to sit comfortably at your home and be entertained without having all the hassle of going around and then having to bring the movie back in the morning. And once we manage that, once we manage to understand what our customers actually need, then we need to be creative, to do things that are different than others would do, and also to collaborate, adapt on the go. Now, what is design thinking? And you heard already some things about design thinking, and you will still have some presentations, so I want to keep it really short and to focus mainly on the mindset of design thinking, because this is more important than the tools that we use in this method. So back in time, well, historically speaking, we have for many years already a discipline which is called product design. People go to universities, technical university, to learn how to build a product. It was not the same in the service business. And I want to challenge you with a question. Did it ever happen to you to go into a restaurant and feel that, I don't know, the waiter is not paying attention to you, they may look aside, or maybe presented, or it's too noisy? So I think anyone has experience. Or maybe you go to want to check in the and it's a queue there, and you're in a hurry, and the guy who's actually at the reception, he's just looking down, doing some stuff, and you start to give some nonverbal signals, I'm in a hurry, and he would not think of calling another colleague or doing something to help you. So I suppose we had those experiences. You go to a website, and you need 10 clicks to find something that should have been obvious there. Or in big organizations, you need something from your colleagues in accounting department, or in marketing, or in HR, and you feel, oh, they are more trouble than support to me. And that's also happens, right? So now, the question is, why is this happening? One, it's building a business to go bankrupt. There is no owner of a restaurant who starts a business thinking, oh, I will start a business and I will do a big bankruptcy and I will be great with that. No, everyone wants to be successful. But the reason why they are actually, so many businesses are not, because we have the wrong mindset when we do that. So we don't know how to build a good service. And the history of design thinking, there were many phases, and well, people still debate when it was the first moment when we can speak about design thinking, so you will see many theories, and that's not important for today that we establish it. Basically, one of the moments when there was a shift towards functionality was the Bauhaus movement in architecture, and then somehow the parents of the design met from Stanford universities in the 80s with David Kelly, and later on with Tim Brown, which established IDEO. And today, actually, it's something that it's spread across industries. But at that time were, how can we be more human-centric? How can we also build services that make sense to people? And this is what brought us to what we call today design thinking, which is more, for me at least, more of a mindset than a methodology, as it was told before, but it's also a process for human-centric and also creative problem solving. So we can solve all types of problems in organizations, being human-centered, looking at the people, and also creative. So these are critical ingredients. And the first step is to change perspective. And in a minute, I will show you also how we do it. But the first step is the mindset. This is what is normally looks like, how normally looks like a boarding. Or it looked in the past, now some airlines have it better, but still you have in many cases, boarding cars that look like this one. This is what in design thinking we call the inside-out way of thinking. So I think, how should I develop a good product or service? But actually, as an employee of the company, no matter if it's the airline or a bank or any other service, I try to make it easy. And then the customer, you're in the airport, you're in a hurry, and you start looking at this boarding card, and there are all kinds of letters and numbers and signs, and you're like, I want to understand when it's my flight taking off, and which. It's really, really hard to find there the information that it's needed for you. That's how a boarding card should look like, right? So I know where I depart and where I want to go, the gate number, my seat. I would do some updates to this one also. Actually, you also want to know what time you arrive, and this is always missing in the boarding cards, and you need to go back to your emails or other to look for it. So if I should simplify to extreme what is design thinking, design thinking is the difference between these two boarding cards. It's the right mindset on building products and services and experiences, because all the information that you have in the first one, you also have in the second one, in the barcode. So for the company, they don't need to put them all there and then to make you struggle, to make your life as a client difficult. They have them there, but for you, things are clear. Now, if you should reflect to your own services, the services that you provide, you can ask yourself this question: are my services looking more like the second one or like the first boarding card? Is it clear? Because you can see that many times in the websites, and then you speak with the programmers. IT people are great on telling you that you are not smart enough to understand their work. But actually, it's not about, my husband is in IT. We have those conversations quite often. He said, no, it's easy, people should understand. No, if they don't understand, it means that who designed that application, that program, hasn't really understood the user. It should be easy for user, not for our employees in the company. So this is actually you can see it everywhere. This is another typical example that we see quite often in parks, that architects, they study 6 years in a university, and still with this kind of constructions, and of course the user always takes shortcuts. Always the user tries to make things easy, but then you can make it easy from the beginning, and it costs you less. This is another thing. People think, we don't have money to invest in design thinking, in innovation. In most of the projects that I've been involved, actually you cut costs at the end and you improve the service because you do the things in the way that it's really needed for the. Now, how it actually works. So that's the mindset, and I really believe that that's the most important thing, is to understand that you have to make things easy, simple, intuitive for the customers, to make them in such a way that respond to their needs, not to your needs. But then how it actually works. And we have, you have all kinds of frameworks, but all are actually narrowing down to some very, very important elements. And this is one of them, the double diamond. As you can see, and Mariam was showing us earlier, this combination between the logical thinking and the creative thinking. This is what design thinking is doing. First, we diverge, and in both of these diamonds, and which are the phases. So first, when we start the project, the very first step is to empathize with our end users, to go and talk to the people and understand what they actually need, who they are, what are their motivations. And here we diverge. So quantity, it's more important than quality in that stage of the process. We need quantity to be able to extract quality. And once we understood, we start to converge, to make choices. And here is where we define, who are our end users, who are the people we want to serve. We call them personas in design thinking. And then how their journey with our products or services looks like. And in that defined phase, we converge. Here we need our logic. Here we need to make decisions. And then, again, in divergence, this is the moment where we ideate, where we are creative, where we come up with all of different solutions, crazy solutions sometimes. And then we need order again and logic. Here is the part where we, again, make choices and build a prototype that later tested, and we don't go to market with products or services before testing them with end users. The two diamonds are what we call the problem space and the solution space. And what has design thinking different than other methodologies is that in many organizations, when you have a problem, what do you do? So what we, in general, people do. They put up together a team and tell them, solve the problem. And then they start to ideate, and they move directly into solution space without digging enough into the problem space to really understand the problem beyond and who is actually the person having that problem. And I will show you in a minute also the impact of that. So, in a nutshell, and I'm not going to give too many details here because also I know that also John will beautifully explain the steps of a design thinking process. But I want to lead you through the process with a very simple example, and I will link it to your sector. So let's say, how can we use design thinking in banking, and what kind of challenges we can tackle? We always start the project with a challenge, and the challenge is a problem we want to solve, but it's not necessarily a problem. It could be we want to, so, or it could be increase my business in retail, or I want to improve, or I want to identify invented yet. Okay, so any kind of challenge that I want to address, and then I go in a divergent stage of solutions to that. Consistent research in design thinking. We do qualitative research before doing quantitative research. That's another differentiator in design thinking compared to other methodologies. We always go and talk. We go and observe people. We go and understand how they act and react. And then we also consolidate those informations quantitatively. And to really enforce why it's so important to go and talk to people, because we hear that quite often from our customers. We know what our customers think. We don't need to go to talk with them because they open tickets, or we have our department that collects the complaints, and it's not the same thing. So you have to go and really have in-depth conversations. And I'm the kind of person that always answers to the surveys, the quality surveys that I receive. If I make a hotel reservation, I have a flight, and I always have the feeling when I finish the survey that they don't know much about me. They haven't learned almost anything, because the way the surveys are built are inside out. It's the same thing. So someone in a company is asking me things that they want to know. They don't step really in my shoes to understand how the world looks from this. What we do is really consistent research. We build their journeys end to end, very important. We understand, so the journey from with renting the movie doesn't start at home, actually starts when the husband is coming home from work, already feels tired, so he wants to relax. We identify points, develop solutions. So, why is important, beyond the importance of innovation, this is a research that was done. We would look at the profile of the people, segmented by the four parts of the double diamond. We actually have 66 in develop and 28 in deliver. What does that mean? In many cases, we solve problems that we don't understand. So we solve things that they don't really understand. Design is pushing us to spend time on diamond. And I want to show you two brief examples. One is companies. It's a that started in 2000, and now it's every year it's in top. The Netherlands, it's really one of the important companies there. For now, only in Benelux. In 2000, and now they have 2.35 billion over. And it's not a rocket science business. Actually, what they do, they started as an online store selling home appliances. So we can think, what can we innovate there? It's something that everyone does, having online websites that sell home appliances. But what they did, and the guys on the picture, they were students when they started this business in Rotterdam in 2000. They said, and they are true believers in design thinking. They use design thinking in every single step of their journey of their business. So they said, what our competitors do, they go in the store, in the physical store, and talk to people. What would you like to buy? What would you need? Oh, should I put Zanussi up because we have a better discount than for Ariston? And he said, we did it totally different. We went to the people's homes to understand what's the story behind. And usually, when it comes to home appliances, the story is following. It's the man and the wife. And usually, more likely, the wife, because she's more in the household, would say, my dear husband, we need a new washing machine. And he would be, again, why? Well, because there are new models. And he would say, you know, first, we need a plumber. I'm not good with stuff like that, okay? I'm not home when they come, because you never know when they come. I have back pain, and I don't have anyone to help me. It's heavy. So it's so many problems. Do we really need a new one? And she might say, well, we can. Okay, let's keep it. Or we need to change the opening in the kitchen. Oh, that's even worse. We need a special, technician for gas, because that's also dangerous. What we discover is that the problem is not in the store. When you are in the store, you already buy something. But the decision is made at home, and the pain points are there. So what they did, they built an end-to-end service in which when you order a product from Coolblue, you place your order on their website, you know exactly the hour, the minute when they arrive, and if you're not okay with that, you reschedule. They come to your home together with plumber, electrician, whatever you need. They carry the heavy stuff, they assemble it, and they take away the old one. So you don't have to do anything. And they have a tracker, so you see exactly when they arrive. And they sell like crazy, and they don't sell more expensive than the competitors, because the competitors, because they have volume, so they get better discounts from the suppliers. But enough, this was the starting point. So they said, okay, we understand understand now better the beginning of the journey of our customer. But what happens later on? And I have many examples with them, but I will keep it short. But just to point out two. What happens usually when your package arrives at home? You want to open it. And then what struggle do we have? Usually you need a scissor or a cutter because all those boxes are so difficult to open. So now they created some boxes that have a zipper, so they unfold automatically. But then they kept talking to the customers. What are the pain points you have? Is there anything else you don't like in our service or in general when you order something? And people were saying, it's too much waste. It's really like all these boxes. So what they did, they turned all the boxes into toys. So every box has some instruction, and you can give it to your child, and they can play with it. And then you can also say, look, Daddy bought you something very nice. Actually, you buy something for yourself, and you give the package to the children to play with. But it's not so waste anymore. And at last, every customer receives a message from a video. Oh, and I have to finish. A video, a video with a message from the CEO who's thanking you personally, and it's look, we have a business, and it shows you people from the company and said, business because you from us. So I'm grateful. And you feel as a customer that they care about you also after buying, not only before. And I know my time is up, so 30 seconds, I want to show an example from banking. We've been working on a very nice project with one of our clients in banking in Romania, OTP Bank. It's a Hungarian bank, to identify better the market segments that they have and to learn how to address them better and how to create better products for them. Built in total 12 personas for this business. And here you can see them all plotted based on two criteria. One was the receptivity to the bank. The second one is confidential. So I can show you this example because together with them we also presented it in the UX conference in Romania. But the second criteria, it's secret. And an example of how deep we go in this understanding. So I want to introduce you, Christina. And there are two slides. In the first one are quantitative data that we put together, so we know exactly the average time she spends on different platforms, the usage of internet every month, and obviously demographics and her behavior in trading, and all kind of things that you can measure quantitatively. But we have a lot of qualitative information in this profile. You could say a lot about her fears and worries. We know her attitude towards risk. We know exactly how she interacts with the banks today and many other details, which I'm happy to share with you because, of course, we don't have the time now. What it actually helped the bank was to design their products much, much better now. And also, we developed for them, for their employees, a guide with some questions. So when a client enters the bank, the employee of the bank, by asking those questions, understands immediately in which category out of those 12 that potential customer is, so they know exactly how to address them and how to provide them the best service. Okay, so I'm happy I'll be today here, and I'm happy to connect and share other things in a more informal way later on. What I truly hope is that I convinced you that innovation, it's something that we have to do. It's not optional, and also that you don't need to be Steve Jobs or Edison to innovate. It's something that we can learn. So they are tools, they are frameworks, but the most important are the mindsets. We have to look at the world through the eyes of our customers. Thank you so much, and I wish you luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adela, for that insight. And we'll remember the double diamonds. Thank you so much. Next on our lineup is the first executive panel discussion of this forum, focusing on design thinking in action, solving problems, inspiring innovation. This session will be moderated by the Chief Corporate Communications Officer at the National Bank of Bahrain, Mr. Hisham Abul Fath. Please join me also in welcoming our distinguished panelists, Dr. Zakaria Al-Khaja, Deputy Chief Executive, Electronic Transformation, Information and E-Government Authority, Mr. Roberto Mancon, CEO of Beyond Money, Dr. Halim Shweri, Design Thinking Strategist and Consultant, who will be joining us virtually from Lebanon. Welcome to you all, and thank you.
شغل.
Excellency Amna bint Ahmed al-Rumehi for her presence with us today and for her support to the Design Thinking Forum. And we'd like to give her a small token of appreciation. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we proceed with the panel discussion. Over to you, Hisham.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amal. Good morning, everyone. Allah ya'tikum al-afiyah jami'an. Thank you very much all for being here. I think it's always interesting to sit specifically in this, I would say, auditorium. It carries with it a great deal of memories, but also the whole place, BIBF, is one that I think has touched all of our lives directly and indirectly. So thank you very much for BIBF for providing us this opportunity. I'd like to start also by thanking everybody who made this session possible. Mariam, I think with all the calls and everything and all the mishaps that I was going through with regards to sending you all the questions, so my apologies for all that. Allah ya'tikum al-afiyah. Thank you very much. I'd like to start off. I just want to make sure that Mr. Halim is actually online with us. Did he dial in? Okay, because we can't see him on the screen. Okay, you're here. All right. Allah ya'tikum al-afiyah, Mr. Halim. So, Dr. Zakaria, Mr. Robert, Mr. Halim, Allah ya'tikum al-afiyah, thank you very much for joining. I'd like to start off, usually I'd like to start off with a contradictory way, just being the devil's advocate, so please forgive me. Adela, thank you very much for the presentation. I hear you loud and clear. Mr. Ahmed Tayyara, thank you very much. I understand design thinking, but when I've been reading so much lately about the whole design thinking, the process and everything, and please forgive me for doing this, I just want to put a point across, and probably it could be a challenging point for us to start that discussion. I see that every time the word design thinking is mentioned, the word innovation is mentioned next to it. It's always design thinking, innovation. Design thinking, innovation. I'm not sure I agree. Because if I say that design thinking is only correlated to innovation, so I'm saying probably it's the innovation that makes design thinking a must, or is it design thinking that drives innovation? I'm not getting that. Again, this is my personal opinion, which I'm going to put to the panel, but I'd like to also visit this panel, discuss all this with a different mindset as well. In all honesty, I genuinely believe that design thinking is, now that we've established that it's a mindset that we all have to go through, is also related to, I understand the quality of the product or service that needs to be produced, but I also think that we should be using design thinking proactively and reactively, probably to solve certain problems that we have, improve work-life balance that we're all going through at our corporate lives. And again, I'm sorry, I'm just being very direct and honest, because I feel that in us, the corporate people, trying to implement and improve other people's lives and services and the quality of deliverables, we've all neglected our own kind of families with all the hard work and the late nights, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not sure that we've also used design thinking to allow us the opportunity to kind of live the lives that we should be delivering to our families and everybody beyond just thinking of the customer. So I think problem solving, innovation, probably go hand in hand. I know that, Dr. Zakaria, I'll start off with you. Robert, I'll come to you in just a few moments. And Mr. Halim, I know that probably you really want to comment on this point. I'll give you the mic to comment on this point. I know I can see from your facial expressions. Dr. Zakaria, you and I were just having a few steps before we come in, and this was exactly our point of discussion about, is design thinking all about innovation, or are there other avenues of design thinking that should be used from that perspective? So,
well, thank you, Hisham. It's really a controversial discussion, and we know when we say design thinking versus innovations, but I believe personally design thinking will lead to have innovative ideas to solve certain problems. It's not necessary to have a problem, have a problem that need to be solved, then you should have a design thinking. Design thinking even mainly can improve the quality of life. Even a personal experience, you can say, I have certain problems in my life at education level, financial levels, different levels. Why I should change the way of thinking to change that way? So design thinking is a kind of philosophy you can adopt in order to improve your life, in order to improve your entity, in order to improve your context. So it's a ritual.
So is it reactive or proactive? Because sitting right next to you is Robert, and the whole Beyond Money was created. I'm not sure if it was a reactive thinking or proactive thinking, because it's part of a complete strategy that probably the whole country was going through, and through its main telecom. So reactive or proactive, or a bit of both?
At personal level, it should be reactive.
Okay.
So at corporate level, it might be proactive, because you need to explore what's going on in the entity.
And that's where you get the creation or the innovation part of it.
Defining the things, yes, exactly.
Fine.
That's the point.
Mr. Halim, I'll leave you the last to comment on this point. I want to see what Roberto's Roberto's intake is on that.
Thank you, first of all. Personally, I think design thinking is about people. It's not about technology. Technology is a vehicle that you can use in order to drive to the final goal. But if you don't have a mindset, if you don't have a creativity within the team, technology will not help you to get where you want to be. And we tend constantly, from the beginning, first of all, to identify the problem. Right? Similar to the Netflix example, there was a problem, you try to identify what are the obstacles, and then even in financial industry, say, how do I solve the problem? But you cannot rely, allow me to say, only on the customer demand. Sometimes you need to create a demand. So I think innovation, design thinking, requires to create something that doesn't necessarily exist. Forget, for example, for a moment the financial industry. Beside the example of Netflix, if you all think about Steve Jobs and the Apple phone, if you go in the focus group at that time, go back several years ago, if you would have asked somebody 15 years ago, what do you expect from a phone? Nobody 15 years ago would say, I want to stream video, I want to be able to chat. The concept was the traditional one. So sometimes you need a creative mind. You need to create some demand that doesn't necessarily exist, and then you can push towards innovation.
Okay. So I love the whole design is all about people, because we're talking about mindset, we're talking about proactivity, reactivity, we're talking about what needs to happen and the sort of thinking 2 steps ahead of certain matters. But it's also a behavioral aspect, because once it gets into your mindset, then it also defines how the employee is empowered within the organization.
Yeah, and maybe one example, sorry. The way we have structured, for example, our team, similar to the example we saw before, we have call center, customer service sitting by operation sitting by IT, IT sitting by compliance. And we are all sitting in the same room, because anytime there is an issue, an immediate request, immediate demand, the creativity doesn't come necessarily from one team.
Correct.
Right? We make sure that there are different angles, and every day or every weekend at least, unfortunately for my team, I spend the weekend always looking at the competition, looking at the different industries, try to grab some ideas, and then we just have a WhatsApp group, which is called Creative WhatsApp group, where somebody just come up with an idea, and then during the week, anybody can just have an idea. It doesn't have to come necessarily from IT, but it comes from somebody else. And then, of course, we filter it down. Doesn't mean every idea turns into a product, but this is a constant cycle that we have.
Okay, so I love the whole collaborative approach, because I think it's collaborative, it's collective success that we're looking after. Thank you very much for that. Okay, Mr. Halim, we have you now on the screen. So sorry, we started off with a sort of like a controversial question, but I think it's quite, I think we had fantastic answers from here. What's your intake, being sort of the expert in that field?
Okay. While I agree with everybody and what has been said completely, I agree with this. I just to draw the attention on one important aspect that nobody mentioned this so far, which is the fact that design thinking actually came from design itself and the process of design. What I mean by this, design thinking started with designers, okay, years ago, hundreds of years ago, because every time a designer sit down on his drafting table to do something that is actually meant to be done for people, because design is a service in itself. You don't design for yourself. It's not art like you're painting, a drawing or something. So design in itself is a process. So every time a designer sits on his drafting table, intuitively he was applying the design process. So not until recently, okay, specifically with Tim Brown and IDEO, that this process was scientifically redefined and the double diamond was created. So being a designer in itself is the fuel. It's not anything else. It's a tool. And this tool has a process to be applied.
Okay.
So when you bring this tool, you apply the process, you can use it for anything, okay, including to innovate or to solve everyday problem, okay, and whatever you want to call it. My mom in her kitchen innovate on her recipes every day to create different flavors and stuff. And she's not a design thinker and she never studied any of the design thinking process, but she does it intuitively. Which brings us to another theory that has been currently discussed, that we are all born designers. And that's why design thinking makes sense for every one of us, okay, when we want to use it in our everyday life. And
Would you
to
care
start,
to elaborate on that point, Mr. Halim? You said we're all born designers. I mean, we've
yes,
just
it's a
established,
theory.
we've just established a few minutes ago, I'm sorry to cut you off, that design thinking is a mindset that we need to sort of adapt and proactively and reactively establish certain matters and proactively react. So if we're born design thinkers, what are we just, is it always sitting in our subconscious mind that we have to kind of bring it to life every now and then?
It's exactly that. But let me tell you something. I will explain the theory a little bit for you, okay, very briefly. Because the theory says that we are all born designers, okay? But when we go to school, okay, especially schools in our world, okay, they don't teach us to harness this design thinking aspect and this design thinking mindset. At the contrary, in the school, they try to, kill it somehow by teaching you other stuff and by memorizing other things and by, teaching you different stuff. If you take the example of Finland, for example, okay, and the Aalto University, for example, they prefer to take students from a very early age rather than waiting for them to graduate high school. So they can harness this design thinking and take it further rather than just waiting for them to reach university and then telling them, listen, this is when you need to start innovating.
Okay.
So this is a safety in the process of being developed and in the process of being analyzed.
Okay, thank you, Halim. Roberto and Dr. Zakaria, I think one of the words that really grabbed my attention lately when I was reading or listening, even this morning, to a few of the presentations that were happening, was the word empathy. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but in today's day and age, if empathy is not a main factor in is not the main, one of the main ingredients in everything that we sort of think about or try to bring about, we will fail. I mean, we have so many different examples to share. So thinking of that, how did you, Dr. Zakaria, with the IGA, and yourself, Dr. Roberto, Mr. Roberto, in Beyond Money, kind of exercise that empathy to produce or give, I won't say products, I'll say services, because I think everything nowadays has turned into, everybody knows that everything is possible. So I think I was having a discussion with you, Roberto, during the F1, which was the whole people are just interested in the how now, not the when, because the when is inevitable, but they're interested in the how. They know that you can produce something, but it's always the how. So how did you practice that empathy and factor it in the design thinking to produce, and if you can give us examples about areas in the IGN, areas in beyond.
Well, Hisham, I'm talking from public sector perspective.
Correct, yes.
Which is totally different than private sector. You know, government is not a revenue generation model.
Correct.
We are offering services for citizens, and the main focus for our service is to
services that everybody needs. You are talking to everybody.
Everyone, and we should delight our customers, let's say now, not even, citizens, customers, because they are now our customers, yeah, in a certain way. So we may think that our customer is our main focus, and we should provide high-efficient services to make them happy. Your question about empathy. Empathy is not necessary to be part of my old mindset. So you have to change the mindset in order to understand how we can provide services in this way, in more efficient and innovative ways to make your customer happy. So let me take it from two different perspectives.
Please.
To change the way of doing business at the government, at the back-end side, that will reflect to manage your expectation of your customers. And this is exactly our job here in government. The shaping of government in past 20 years, everyone knows and agree, is not right now. Because so many reasons that make government is totally different than before. Economics growth, expectation, comparison of our customer with private sector.
Correct.
Trust of government services, all politics reasons, so many reasons that make government has to think in different way to provide efficient services and to gain the trust of our customer.
Dr. Zakaria, with all honesty, I don't want to remind everybody about COVID, but I think for many governments, not only in Bahrain, COVID became a blessing for all the services to be digitally adopted. And I think you had sleepless nights, I know, for a fact, but I think that was a blessing in disguise to kind of upgrade all these services.
Yeah, you're totally right. And COVID, what happened in COVID is really a real example of what happens. We try even, you want to talk about COVID because it was my case study. Maybe we can keep it for later questions.
Later, yes.
I think COVID was really a turnover, so many things in government and make people more attracted by government. So, yes, I do agree. We have to inject the empathy in the context of public sectors and provide high efficient services.
I think dealing with you a lot with the IJ on a personal and professional level, one thing that I've noticed was, again, this is a point that's going to Roberto right now in a few moments, which is the whole, we've seen from Adela's presentation, there was, I think, up to 5 or 6 years ago, the government, especially on the applications or on the digital services, it was always an inside-out approach rather than what the customer is looking for. And you, today when I log into Bahrain.ph is completely when I logged in when it first started. You know, it was a very inside-out approach, but now, mashallah, things have developed. The ease of finding, the search, the categorization, the keyword search, the forms, the uploads. I think there's a lot of things that have gone miles and light years ahead, to be honest.
Yes, exactly. And when we talk about inside-out strategy, it means we have to change the mindset inside the government. Inside the mindset.
And that's why I was linking the whole empathy, because then it's you understand your customers and you give them what they want in a way that works for them, not, I mean, the boarding card, I love the example of the boarding card, which, but I think it became an international benchmark. Roberto, in your areas, how do you practice empathy? How did you manage to come to life to start with and be a very fierce competitor in the market?
Well, the first answer is not easy, for sure. And you're right, we were new kids on the block 2 years ago, right, when we launched. And then we say, how do we convince people to try us? Because number one, nobody knew Beyond Money at that time. We never used the name of Batelco, which would have been an easy route to follow, but we decided to be totally anonymous. And the explanation for that is say, we need to learn to fight in a market where nobody knows us. If we would have used the Batelco name, maybe we would have an easier life here, but tremendous life in UAE and KSA where we want to expand. So we said, this is the place, is a testing ground. We say, let's try it, let's learn to fight without Papa behind helping us, right, number one. Number two, in terms of empathy, we say, okay, fine. How do we convince clients? The first stage is convincing them to be onboarded, to be convincing them to download the app, convince them we can offer simplicity. And then we analyze the problems, the issues, right? So I say, well, no, blue collars, what do they do? Do they have exchange houses? Of course they do. Do they have right rates? Of course they do, right? But what is their pain points? If they want to download us, can we ask them for a passport? Say, no, we can't, because most of them live in the camps. And guess what? They don't even have the passport in their hands. So if we do it in the onboarding, we ask for a passport, nobody will ever complete the onboarding, right? Then we say, can we ask for a proof of address? Say, no, guess what? Most of them live in the camps. How do they prove an address? So we say, let's eliminate all the barriers to entry, because if we apply and play with the usual flow, clients will never be onboarded, right? And so we fail already there. Then we now look at the competition and say, do clients have credit cards? Of course they do. Do they have a debit cards? Of course they do. So why would they pay with ours, right? I mean, they have already something else. And it's okay, fine, but credit cards implies risk evaluation approvals, which can take a long time, and maybe 80% of them will never be approved. And then we say, but debit cards is still a method of payment, but doesn't offer a cashback. So I say, why don't we combine both? So we give you a card without a credit approval with the components of cashback that a debit card doesn't have, right? And then clients say, maybe I'll use it, right? And then the third element was, okay, now that we launched Flexi Invest, we say, what are clients doing with the liquidity in a high interest rate environment? Sitting in a bank account, earning zero. So we say, why don't we, of course, we're not a bank, we cannot offer a bank account, right? But then through the license process, we say, why don't we offer a product which seems like an investment, but in reality is liquidity put in the bank through us. And so these are just a way to approach empathy and say, what is the problems? Can we attract them? Are they going to be appealed? Now, it doesn't end there, though, because obviously there's a market, there's a competition, and people are reacting. Even in the remittances, for example, we say, let's give them the transparency, right? What do they do normally? They check the rates, they check the comparison, they go in a shopping mall and they compare. So we say, you know what, let's put the comparable rates in our app. We say, this is our rate and this is the competition rate. We thought it was a great idea, and it is, because we solve a problem. Instead of wasting time shopping around, looking for rates, you have it right there. But now, of course, what do? They go to the counter of the exchange house and say, look what BioMoney is giving me. Can you give me something better? So the shortcut that she mentioned before will always be there. So the empathy doesn't stop just at onboarding, doesn't stop just at providing products. Then you need to have always the ability to understand what the competition do, because inevitably you will never play a solo game.
I think it's a never-ending path, never-ending exercise. I mean, okay, thank you very much. Halim, going back to you, I think the question that lies right now that we've established so many different factors over here about not only the importance, but the need, the proactive, the mindset, the behavior, everything else that's associated with the whole design thinking, and more specifically, I love the fact that we also touched upon the inside-out approach versus what the customer is really looking for in terms of simplicity and everything. From your perspective, and from the different organizations that you've been sort of dealing with, working with, and also advocating for, what do you see as obstacles that sometimes kind of are surfaced that prevent organizations from adapting or sort of design thinking? Is it less empowerment? Is it fear of doing something wrong? Is it and if there are certain obstacles from your perspective, if you can also enlighten us, what could be the certain solutions for those obstacles?
The main obstacle is actually the resistance to change, because in most of the organizations that we dealt with, okay, there was different level of generation that are working, okay, together in one establishment, in one organization. And you can see that Generation Z, for example, are more adapted, more easy to convince about the new methods or the new tools and the processes to where millennials are much more difficult, and generation before are even more resistant to change because they are really set in their own ways. So again, you need to use design thinking to approach them differently and to empathize with them, the people who are resistant to this change, to show them the benefits of why they need to use design thinking and how this approach can help them to better innovate and to better solve problems. So technically, this is one of the major resistance or major obstacles that we always face in organizations.
But with this problem of resistance, I don't know, Mr. Halim, if I'm in agreement with you, or if I can, forgive me if I can challenge you on this point.
Please,
Aren't we, when you use the word resistance, aren't we generalizing sort of a problem where it could be only with a handful of people within the organizations? Now, those handful, to your point, could be the decision makers of those organizations to kind of, promote that design thinking aspect and sort of empower people. But are we generalizing a problem that is with a few, or is it a natural behavior for us to always kind of resist change?
Because I was very clear when I said, when we are dealing with the company, there are different levels of generation that are included. So I'm not generalizing, and normally the older generations are the ones who are in command, and they are the ones who make the decisions, and they are the makers. So this small group of people is the most reluctant, okay, for this change, and they want to weigh the cons and pros and make sure that they are taking the right decision, and if this can take them further or not. And you need somehow to educate them first about the benefit of design thinking, and show them lots of example and give them lots of benefits, how things can be really, really applied on the ground before they can make up their mind and take a decision. Okay, because they're set in their own ways, and you're introducing a new thinking methodology.
Okay, thank you, Harim, for that point. I think I'll move from that point to Roberto, because Roberto made an example, which we will come back to you, Mr. Halim, in just one second. Roberto, when I asked you at the beginning about sort of, is it the behavior or the mindset and everything, you spoke about, immediately you took us through how your team is kind of set up from that perspective. And from what you've explained about everybody almost sitting together, it's always kind of a collective approach. It seems like, I'm leaving the accountability now just for the sake of it, but it seems like you run it in a very flat organization perspective rather than a very hierarchical. Is this something that you think has influenced and promoted more collaborative kind of approach and design thinking?
It does, of course. I mean, we have the luxury to be small, right? I mean, I totally understand and respect the pain points of a big organization. Even myself, I worked for decades in a big financial institution like Deutsche Bank, BNP Paribas, so I know exactly the complexity of big organizations, right? It's difficult to move a speedboat, it's different to move a speedboat like us compared to a tanker like a big organization. But because we have speedboat, then this kind of flat organization, it's a mess, right? This level of hierarchy with one person underneath somebody doesn't make any sense, right? There is still a hierarchy, of course. We have responsibilities, we have accountability.
Of course.
And of course, it's a journey. Actually, just yesterday we finished an offsite together with the entire team, because the team somehow, even though small, double compared to 1 year ago. And we noticed that the kind of atmosphere that we had in 2021 when we were building the platform, 2022 that we launched, it was, I can honestly say, it was an organized chaos, right? I mean, the management, the board, sometimes they came in our room and they heard us laughing, making jokes, and somehow it was like a oil fluid machine that was delivering something which was really, really amazing. Now, of course, we have more accountability, we have the results, right? We had to double the growth, double the profit, double the clients. And then, of course, we noticed at one point it was not exactly the same atmosphere that we had 1 or 2 years ago. And then we had to fix it, right? We realized that there were some people, maybe newcomers, that didn't enjoy that kind of experience before. And then what we need to do as a fintech, of course, we need to try to avoid that there are detractors. In any organization, there will be always detractors, right? There are the ambitious, the people that are driving the change, people that are motivating, and then there are detractors. But if you have the luxury to have 1,000 employees and you have 10 detractors, it doesn't matter. But if we have 40 people and I have 4 detractors, that's 10%.
Yes,
that's a disaster.
Of course.
Right? So we need to make sure that even those 4 detractors either they adjust or they're not part of our culture, right? And this is a constant, of course, requires motivation, requires also psychological support in certain cases. But we need to make sure that as long as we're small, there must be a uniformity of intent.
Great. Halim, I think this is a perfect example. One thing that we've established from Roberto's sort of few words that were mentioned is that the size and the complexity of the organization influences design thinking. Dr. Zakaria, first of all, before I let Halim give Halim the mic, Dr. Zakaria, do you relate to that? Because you live in a very, I mean, you work in a very complex organization in terms of providing this, because you link all the governments, all the, I would say, customer-facing or people-facing fronts. So do you agree that the complexity of the organizations and their size does matter in terms of how design thinking and how fast design thinking is applied for innovation?
Absolutely, yes. And absolutely. And when you have large organization with different mindset, with different stereotypes, with different cultures, the way of acceptance the change could be more complex and more different. And we are responsible for 45 government organizations.
Correct.
To change the culture in order to streamline their services and provide those services online, and to eliminate processes and policies, reducing the approvals and eliminating and reducing the powers from different senior officials. All these changes need a brave in order to, in order to make this project more successful, in order to provide efficient services. So definitely, yes, bigger organization, more complex, and it's really required tremendous efforts for convincing and for, we also what we call change management approach.
Yes.
And this is the first weapon we should use to eliminate or to reduce such resistance.
Mr. Halim, would you agree on both points that Roberto and sort of Dr. Zakaria have brought forward? What's your take on those 2 points about the complexity of the organizations as well as the size? And what would be your word of advice to kind of, for Roberto right now, that till this point in time, I mean, we know that it's turning into a giant, no doubt, but at this point in time, he enjoys the small size and the agility that he has probably with the small size versus Dr. Zakaria as well, who is a customer who is working to front 45 different entities, service providing entities, with levels of approvals that are, everyone's held accountable for that approval. So I think these are two distinct examples of the empowerment within the organizations, the agility, the empathy, the problem solving, the change management, and many different areas. What's your take on those?
First of all, I completely agree with what has been said. This is exactly correct, and it's well explained, actually. But I would like to add one more thing, because one of my experiences with a establishment here in Lebanon was with the DMO. And the DMOs is an acronym for the Destination Management Organizations. And the DMOs are mainly concerned with tourism and creating experiences for tourists. So this is at the core of design thinking when we're talking about experience design and service design. And there was a lot of reluctancy for change at the beginning, but when we start designing the experiences with their team, who were much of a younger generation and more open and adapt to change, not until we reach the prototyping phase that the high management was really convinced of the process that we were using. So the tool that really played the role in convincing the high management that these things actually work and it can bring results on the table was in the prototyping phase, when we had a small group of people and we did the experience with them. We call it FAM tour, which is the familiarization tour. And then we collected the feedback by empathizing with the tourists, and then we had the results laid on the ground. And that's where the convincing phase started to take shape. So, yeah, and that's a practical exercise, practical example.
Okay, so I'm into the final round of giving you each the opportunity to sort of, from your perspective, Mr. Halim, now that we talked about so many different elements, what would be, if there is one advice that you're going to give everybody who is probably on the auditorium, in the auditorium or actually online, what would be your sort of advice to everybody about the whole design thinking in action, solving problems, inspiring innovation? Where do we go from there?
Advice is an example, and it's coming from Design Singapore. And Design Singapore is a government entity who is really actually have a vision for their 2050 vision, because they finished the first one for the it's already almost at the last of implementation, and their vision 2050 is to implement design thinking from kindergarten to you finish your graduate school. They want to implement design thinking as a tool strategy to educate all the Singaporeans from kindergarten to high school. And the reason for that is two things. The first reason is to create a common language that all Singaporean can speak across all levels of life and education and learning and continuous learning. And the second one is they want to have all Singaporean to be innovative people. They want to have innovative generation of people. So I think this is a great model, and they started implementing it. I'm in contact with the Design Singapore always. We exchange ideas and we talk together. And I think what they are trying to achieve is colossal, but at the same time, it's really something that we need to keep our eye on it.
Thank you, Mr. Halim. Thank you very much. Dr. Zakaria, any final comments and advice from your side?
Well, Hisham, in e-government in Bahrain, we are providing more than 600 electronic services across different channels. And I can say 80% of those services have been re-engineered into different ways, to be designed, in order to eliminate paperwork, application forms, removing approvals, taking some powers from senior officials.
Correct.
Changing the way of doing business. And
time management.
Time management, reducing the time, reducing bureaucracy, and increasing the transparency. All this stuff will never happen without design change.
Correct.
Okay. Correct. So the advice here, we went through this in the past 18, 20 years. To be positive, don't keep yourself in competition position with your clients, with your customers, with your employees, whatever you are working with, your colleagues. You should be so positive. You should not competing for the credits. You are aiming for the objectives.
Yeah.
Not aiming to the process.
Personal gains.
Yes, exactly. And this positiveness is very important to be accepted by other parties. So this is very important to be considered and to be accepted. Otherwise, all ideas might be refused or rejected.
Correct.
If they feel that you are competing or you are taking the credits or you are, you are not that much involved with your customers. You should be part of the team, definitely.
Thank you, Dr. Zakaria. Take al-afia. Roberto, final words that you'd like to put across, or maybe an experience that you'd like to share? I'll leave it.
Final word, I can probably, allow me to be 1 second provocative, right? Just because you started at the beginning when you say, well, is design thinking connected to innovation or not, right? And so I decided just a few minutes ago to put on ChatGPT one of your questions, right? And allow me 1 second to read the answer, because my question was, give an answer from a CEO of FinTech to define innovation from your perspective, right? And of course, in 2 seconds, for those of you who have used ChatGPT. So allow me to read you the answer as if it was coming from me. So innovation, from my perspective, is the relentless pursuit of creative solutions to challenges, driving positive change. Design thinking is integral to this process, as it fosters empathy, collaboration, user-centric problem solving. By incorporating design thinking into our approach, we unlock diverse perspectives, iterate rapidly, and ultimately catalyze innovation that resonates with our users and meets the evolving needs. Right? Now, this is innovation. This is not design thinking. Right?
Correct.
The problem is, if I gave you this answer as a customer, right, you would say, oh, wow, Roberto's a good speaker. Right?
We would.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know if it was me or something else. And this is where I think innovation has to be used together with design thinking, right? Because when I do this, I say, what can I do? How can I interact with my clients? So anytime they go in my app and they ask for something, they receive a very personalized answer. So now we start thinking and say, how do I allow clients to receive personalized message? But I cannot have thousands of people in customer service write answers instantly. But I need to use innovation and technology in order to drive the design thinking. Going back to the initial example of Netflix, yeah, that was the idea, but for those of you who are suggesting, in case you haven't done it, read the Mark Randolph, the co-founder of the Netflix. He wrote a book, That Will Never Work, and I love the title, because this is what he was receiving as an answer when he wanted to have an idea. They had an idea, but didn't have the technology. The first way to win against Blockbuster was trying to mail the videotapes, which was unbearable. As a business model didn't work, it was too expensive, they were breaking. Then they waited for the technology of DVD, and then when that happened, they start fighting against Blockbuster. But of course, technology helped their design thinking. Correct. Because they started from DVD, then they were waiting for streaming, and then from streaming, they went to production. So all I'm saying that you need to think and ahead of technologies. Now we have this, what do we do with this, right? And this probably will be our future.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I would like to join me in sort of thanking my panelists, Mr. Halim, Mr. Roberto, Dr. Zakaria. Allah yatikum al-afiyah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We now move on to another exciting session of our forum today, Embracing Design Thinking in Everyday Life. Please join me in welcoming Mr. John Coyle from the United States, design thinking and innovation expert, Olympic medalist, author, professor, Emmy award-winning NBC associate producer, and the Time Master. Over to you, John.
Is the microphone on?
It is indeed.
Excellent. Okay, we'll go back. So David, Adela mentioned him. David, head of Stanford's D School, IDEO, a consulting firm in Silicon Valley, and oddly, he was my academic advisor in college. I remember my first with David Kelly. He was very professorial. He folded his arms with his horn-rimmed glasses and his mustache and his jacket, and he stood at the front of the room, and then he bounced around the entire room for a good full minute and a half. And all of us were students, were wondering, has he lost his mind? Like, what's happening? Like, why is he doing this? And then he stood and he folded his arms. Our first project involves springs. If you don't know what it's like to be a spring, you can solve for a spring. So the father thinking, which he is, always imbued himself into the situation that he was solving for. And we've heard it from Adela, and we've heard it from everybody else. Like, if you can't be in the shoes of the person you're solving for, well, then you're solving the wrong problem. I was in Bahrain? Okay, oh, thank God, thank God. Because I wasn't sure, because it's very dry. This is only 2 years ago. I'm at a friend's house, and it's, let's use Celsius, 19 degrees. It's perfect. So the windows are open, and I'm lying in and I'm about to fall asleep after spending time with people I really care about, and then this thing enters the room. And it's in love with my right ear. It just can't get enough of my right ear. It's just all my right ear. And so do what because that's the problem. Kill the mosquito. I flip on the lights, I run around, I can't find it. Find it. So this. Hello, hello, hello. I'm dealing with this mosquito for 3 hours. So it's 2 in the morning. And then I realize, oh my God, I teach this and I can't even do it. The problem was designed wrong. The issue was not whether that mosquito lived or died. The issue was, is it going to keep bothering me? In the room, there was a fan. I grabbed the fan, I pointed it at my face. It created enough turbulence to solve the problem, which was the mosquito could no longer kill my ear. That mosquito did not need to die, right? That mosquito needed to stop bothering me, and I fixed the problem. That's design thinking at its core. But let me examine. So here's the 5 steps. And Adela has given you the double diamond framework, which is all about diverge, converge, but this is the steps that you might go through. So first you have to accept that there might be a problem. You can't solve a problem you're not willing to have. That's a great quote by a mentor of mine, Dave Stanley. Or as he says, if your problem isn't your problem, but your problem is really with your problem, that's the problem. So if you don't like your problem, that's already the problem. And we have relatives, right? Like, we all have relatives that are not willing to accept the problem right in front of them. Yes, your sister, your brother, your niece, your nephew, your uncle, your mother, your father, like, they are not willing to accept the problem. So we have to start there. The second is you have to define it. Do you really understand the problem? Do you? Creative people, probably all of you, want to jump right in and say, I got it, I know this problem. But do you really understand the problem? This is the mosquito problem, right? Like, was the problem that the mosquito was buzzing my ear and needed to die? No. The problem was that it was buzzing my ear and it needed to not be there. That's a very different framework. And once I created turbulence in the area of my ear, I no longer had to kill that mosquito, and he or she, I don't know, got to live on and have its mosquito life. Then empathy. I mean, Adela talked about this. Are you in the shoes of the person you're solving for? David Kelly stood in front of the room and he jumped up and down for minutes, which was super weird, right? But he was talking about being in the shoes of the person you're solving for. I had a client that was solving for the airline industry, and they solved the wrong problem. They solved the problem that typing too much into the keyboard was the problem, but instead they actually just created the different problem, which was no human connection with customers. So you can think you know the problem, but you don't. And this is a great quote from the south of the US, you can't read the label when you're sitting inside the jar. It's really hard to see the situation from your own shoes. So ask other people. And then finally, ideate, prototype, and generate lots of ideas. I'm gonna just cut right to the chase here and give you a couple stories. So I grew up in a very cold place. Is this working? No. All right, I'm gonna use this microphone. I grew up in a cold place in Michigan, in the US, and every year the lakes that I grew up with would freeze over, and we would, as kids, grab our skates and shovels and we would go clear off the ice And we would race and play tag and do these things that kids do in cold countries. And my father realized that I was one of the faster kids on skates on that lake. And so he suggested to me that we should go to a speed skating race. Speed skating is much like track and field. You just go really fast and turn left, but in this case on ice. So I joined this speed skating race, and I thought it was going to go well. And the starter raised his pistol, and it was this beautiful Saturday morning, and you could see your breath in the air, and I scrambled across the line against these other boys and girls and fully expected great things to happen. But instead, I watched as these graceful figures disappeared around the corner in front of me. And as I finished my first lap of a 3-lap race, they all lapped me. And I still had 2 laps to go. So I finished the second lap, and then I tried to stop, and they wouldn't let me quit. And then finally, I finished the 3rd lap, and I finished that race in tears, vowing never, ever to speed skate again. But my parents weren't having any of that. So I was back out there the next day and the next day and the next day, and I eventually went on to go to the Winter Olympics, where I actually won a silver medal in the Winter Olympics. Thank you. And thank you, parents, right? But, you know, the lesson here was quitting too early is not the right thing, right? But sometimes quitting is also the right thing. So who's familiar with these phrases? Never give up, never give in, quitters never prosper, good things come to those who wait. We've all heard this advice, yes? And if I was here to tell you this right now, I'd be wasting your time. You've already heard this advice. You've already heard it. I'm actually here to suggest that for high-achieving adults, this same great advice for kids becomes a collective adult neurosis. If I'm telling you you're crazy, I am, because you are. But first, why are you crazy? First, who's familiar with the Stanford marshmallow experiment? A number of you. 1972, they give kids ages 5 to 8 the choice of 1 marshmallow now or for 2 in 5 minutes. The 2 marshmallow kids have been more successful in every way, actually. Academics, level of achievement, level of income, health, well-being, relationship, you name it. The ability to delay gratification has led to better things for these kids that are now in their 50s. But I suggested that this same great advice for kids is bad advice for adults. So what about when 1 marshmallow now becomes 2 marshmallows in 200 years or 2,000 years? When it starts to look like that, well, then it starts to become this. Who here is banging your head against the wall right now? Is anybody doing this right now? I'm probably doing it as well, right? Like, you can't let go. You're going to force your way into the situation. But sometimes this is really, really bad advice. And so we need to stop doing this. And so let's do the limited audience participation part of the program. I know that English isn't your first language, but I think you still know this. Fill in the blank. Here we go. If at first you don't succeed, yeah, you all know. Try again, right? Or Wikipedia says try again, 3 tries. Or the adult wisdom is, if at first you don't succeed, the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. Look at these 2 phrases. They're saying the exact opposite thing. So what's the right advice? Let me give it to you from my years on this planet. I hope you find it valuable. If at first you don't succeed, enjoy the rest of your day. All right, that's not actually the advice I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you great advice from my coach, Mike Walden, which is, if at first you don't succeed, race your strengths. Design for what you do well and design around your weaknesses. Don't try to fix them. If you're trying to fix your weaknesses and you're over 25, that ship has sailed. And that's a fact. Your prefrontal cortex is nearly fully developed. So let me illuminate through a couple stories. So I'm at Stanford University. I got in, thank God. And so I'm there, and I'm trying to become an Olympic speed skater. And so my senior year, I managed to get 12th place in the world in the sport of short track speed skating. So now I'm graduating, and I've got full time to train and be with the best people in the world, and so I do so. And so I leave Stanford, and I'm training full time. And then as I enter the Olympic Training Center, I am given some tests. These tests are like the SAT or ACT of sports, as you were. And so I'm sitting in the end of a hallway at 9 a.m. in the morning, and I'm about to take a test. And I'm wearing cycling gear, and I'm going to walk down this hallway, and I get into this room, and there's a bike in the middle of the room, a stationary bike, and there's a bunch of lab equipment and a doctor. And as I get in the room, they push all these things onto my chest, suction cups and oil, and they say, all right, so here's how the test is going to work. You're going to pedal as fast as you can go at 90 RPMs for 2 minutes, and then every 2 minutes we're going to raise the resistance by 15 watts, and you're going to raise your RPMs by 5 until you finish. I figured that out. The only way out of this test is to die, right? Like, this is the only way that you're going to get out of this test. So I start pedaling, and I go through the test, and I'm 2 minutes in, I'm 4 minutes in, I'm 6 minutes in, I'm 8 minutes in, and my pulse is over 190, and I think I'm about done. And right then, everybody comes out of the woodwork, and they say, oh, you're about half done. And I think that's crazy, right? Like, what? No, I'm pretty sure I'm done. But they're screaming at me now, and they're like, no, keep going. Make 2 more minutes, make 2 more minutes. And so my pulse is over 200. Make 1 more minute, make 1 more minute. Make 30 more seconds, make 15 more seconds, make 10 more seconds, make 5 more seconds. And so finally, at 13 minutes, 26 seconds, my legs, my lungs, my heart gives out. My pulse is at 225. And I slither off the bike, and I'm staggering towards the door. And one of the nurses in the room says to me, you're really good at suffering. And I was like, I don't know what that means. Is that good? And then I stagger down the hallway, and I pass this guy. Some of you might know who he is. His name was Lance Armstrong. He was 17 years old. He had just gotten to his first Olympic Training Center visit. For those that don't know, he was a terrible cheater, but he offered me some EPO, testosterone, steroids. No, he really didn't. He was only 17, but I wish he had, because I got my data under the door, and as it turns out, I was the worst member of the team. I had the worst score of anybody. And Lance went on to go 26 and a half minutes in a test that only gets harder. And so, the next day we get a new test, and I was like, all right, I'm ready for this. And so we go to a different room, and it's just a stationary bike in the middle of a hallway. And that smell, I don't know if it's true here in Bahrain, but that smell from when you were a kid in like middle school when they clean up vomit. So that's the smell I'm going into. I'm like, oh my God, this is even worse. So I don't know what's going to happen here. So I'm there, and I'm going to do this test. Now, quickly, I'm going to show you a list of strengths and weaknesses. So let's just take a look. Does anybody here have a weakness on this list? You don't have to tell me. I just want somebody to raise their hand. I'm going to guess it. All right. I'm going to go with impatient. See? The impatients always go first. So keep these in mind, because I'm going to show you a list in a second of strengths. So I show up to a different room. I'm on a stationary bike. They tell me all I have to do is pedal as fast as I can go for 30 seconds. They're going to measure my peak and average power output. So I'm on the bike, and it's all going well. And it takes a while for me to get up to speed, but eventually, 5-6 seconds in, my RPMs are up to 250. and I could feel the heat rising from the wheel, and they're yelling at me that I'm doing great, and they're like, yes, you're killing it, you're killing it. In 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 seconds, I've got this thing spinning out of control, and then the anaerobic hits me, and now my RPMs go from 250 down to 200, down to 150, down to 100, down to 60, and they're screaming at me, keep going, and I could no longer hear their voices, because that's when the helicopter entered the room, this weird shuddering sound over my head that turned to the buzzing of cicadas, and then it was like this yellow and black, and everything turned dark. And then I woke up in another room on a cot, and the little vampire from the previous day was stabbing my fingers saying, you are the best lactic acid we've ever measured. And I said, I don't know what that means. And she said, you're good at suffering. Great, okay. So there I am, and I've failed the second test, and I don't know what to do at this point. But as it turns out, I had the lowest average power output of anybody on the team. Not surprising, considering I was asleep for half of the test. But when they cut it by intervals, it turns out I had an advantage for the first 15 seconds. And when they cut it by individual seconds, it turns out I had an anomaly in the data. It turns out that I have a small thermonuclear reactor in each quadricep capable of producing a lot of power for a couple seconds. And I was like, well, what do I do with this? And I didn't know, but eventually I figured it out. So, who here has a strength on this page? Don't tell me. Enthusiastic. See? I get these right like 90% of the time, because impatient enthusiastics go first. So, use these. Make a mental note, because I'm going to do a little bit of mental magic in a minute. So at this point, I'm living a life of quiet desperation. So the coaches wouldn't have said this, but I was doing a design thinking experiment. This is where I'm pulling it back to design thinking. John, we have a problem. Accept. Your problem is, define, that you have a low aerobic motor. Fair. Empathy, I think they skipped that. They went right to define and then to ideate, which was, John, what we must do is must train you harder than everybody else on the team. You must do hard aerobic work for the next 2 years to be ready for the next Olympics. And I said, okay. And these are good people with good intentions, and I did exactly what they said. And so we went from accept to define, skipped empathy to ideate to prototype, where I started doing this workout. And I did 16-mile runs and 100-mile bike rides every day for 2 years. And I went from 12th in the world to 34th in the world to not even making the US team 2 years later, finishing 30th in the US trials that I had won 2 years prior. And it felt like this, a life of quiet desperation. But design thinking is design thinking, right? Am I answering the right challenge? Have I solved the right problem? And as soon as I decided that I wasn't, well, it turns out that strengths and weaknesses are the same thing. So if you're creative, you're probably disorganized. If you're practical, you're probably critical. If you're calm, you're probably unemotional. If you are detail-oriented, you're probably a perfectionist. The cost of entry for your strength is the associated weakness. And you know what? Nobody cares. Nobody cares if you're doing the thing that you're supposed to be doing. They do care if you're not doing the thing you're supposed to be doing. So I was a short-term sprinter kind of guy, and that didn't work in my sport, at least the way they thought about it, so I just quit. I quit the team, not the sport, and I started training all on my own. And I stopped doing this. And when you quit something, when you quit your job, your relationship, your emotional connection, and you get perspective, and you have this brief window we call perspective, sometimes it looks like this. Literally, your wall is just that wide. And so I quit the team, not the sport, and I started training all on my own. And all I did was double down on the things I did well. And so I started training by myself, and I went to Milwaukee. And by the way, my sport, the margins of victory are tiny. This is the difference between the gold medal and silver medal after a lifetime of training, 200ths of a second. Look at the difference between first and 10th. Heroes welcome, sent back to Siberia because you got 10th place at the World Championships or the Olympics. 3,300ths. That's this. 10 people in that space after a lifetime. So small improvements can matter a lot. So I started training on my own, and I started doubling down on the things that I do well, and so I started figuring out a different way to do this. So my sport is very difficult. We go into corners 33 miles an hour that way. We exit the corner 33 miles an hour the other way, or 70 kilometers an hour, I think. Anyways, it's 0 to 66 in 2 seconds. No car on the planet can do that, not even a Tesla. So when you do that math, it's as follows. A 75-kilogram person is doubling down at 70 degrees while lifting 225 kilograms, leaned over at 70 degrees, heading directly at a wall. It's very difficult. So I went on, and I went to the US Championships that year, and I showed up and I was sick. I actually got the flu. It was terrible. And I didn't skate for 5 days, but finally I showed up and I was going to do my one and only event, and the first event was a 1,000-meter time trial, and it's a long event, and the margins of victory are tiny. But I showed up, and in my first race, I broke the US record by 5.5 seconds. I broke the world record by a full second, thank you. And I went on to set every single US record by multiple seconds, by literally just doubling down on the things I do well, by using design thinking to accept, define, ideate, prototype on the things that will work well for me. And so, this is a great summary of it. I think each person's greatest room for growth is in their area of strengths. Each person's area of growth is only by maximizing strengths, never by fixing weaknesses. And you can actually enjoy that process. So, accept, define, empathize, ideate, prototype. I'm sure I'm close to time here. So first, know and accept you have weaknesses. We all do. We all do. So that's okay. Nobody's perfect. Double down on what you do well, your strengths. Have empathy for yourself. Like, be accepting of who you are, right? Like, it's okay to not be perfect. But the people that love you, they love you for who you are, not who you're not. And then finally, how do you know how to be the person you're going to be? How do you know when to quit? It's such a great thing. We should quit things that we're not good at. Honestly. We should not try to pretend the person that we're not. And this is a t-shirt you can't find. But, it should exist. So how do you know when to quit? I think it's roughly a 2-year rule. If you've pursued something for 2 years and you've not seen success, then it's probably time to let that go. And this is literally a job, a relationship, anything, and double down on what you do best, because when you find that thing that is the next thing, it will always be better. And everybody that quits for the right reason always says the same thing. It was the best decision I've ever made. And with that, I will say Thank you. This was my coach, by the way, Mike Walden. He doubled down on everybody's strengths. He raised 10 Olympians, 12 world champions, 6 Olympic medalists. For 40 years, every person in the United States that won a medal on a stage was from our club, because he doubled down on everybody's strengths. So if you need a case study, well, that's Mike. And I will leave you with this. Most men live lives of quiet desperation and go to the grave with the song still in them. I just pray that not be you. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for your thoughts on embracing design thinking in everyday life. It was really inspiring. And now it's time for a short break. Please head on to the refreshments on the first floor, and I'll see you back at 11 a.m. Thank you so much. Sorry. If you'd like, people in the back, you can sit here in the front. حياكم. Please find your seats. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to have you all on board our Design Thinking Forum for today. The next session on our agenda is digital innovation in a busy world. We now delve into its implications with our keynote speaker, the Executive Director and Managing Partner.
after 10 years, our bank is not going to be here anymore, right? We have these new fintechs who's taking over. And then we have that feeling of being overwhelmed. And generally, when we talk about leaders, they don't admit it. You know, when they're on a panel, they're not going to say, yeah, I have fear from innovation. But I can see it from the words that they say when I talk to them. So in many ways, me as an innovation consultant, I'm like a psychotherapist, right? I try to make people happy about innovation by increasing the future, the hope. I also try to reduce the negatives, the risk, the fear, and being overwhelmed. So let's look at digital innovation from a perspective and a very simplified way of looking at it. We're here today, and sometime in the future, we want to achieve something called digital innovation. So I like to divide digital innovation into two things. The first, I like to call as digital invention. Any startup founders here? Inventing things? There you go. Invent something new that's not there, a new product, something that's didn't exist before. So we see digital invention not only in the private sector with small startups, we see it in corporates as well when they create new products. The second part, of course, everybody knows this, is digital transformation. And digital transformation basically is taking something old and transforming it into something new. Both of them are really digital innovation. Now what happens in that question mark? What do we do? I like to call it the black box. The reason I like to call it the black box is because we haven't figured it out based on data. We're not really good at it. Not startups and not corporates. In fact, if you look at digital invention, which is the startups and the new ideas, everybody knows that 9 out of 10 startups fail. And if we look at digital transformation, according to McKinsey, 70% of digital transformation projects also fail. So apparently this black box, we're kind of confused about it. You know? What happens in there? Well, today, hopefully, I have two objectives. The first objective of today's session is to kind of examine this black box, give you some clarity of going forward, so reducing the negatives. And the second, and I think the most important part of what I want to achieve today is get you excited about the possibilities of digital innovation. And by doing that, I'm going to talk about the biggest mistake in innovation. How many of you know the biggest mistake in innovation? I'm going to give it to you right now. I like to call it the innovation problem-solution dilemma. And the story goes this way. We look at the word digital innovation, we're a corporate leader, and we're like, yes, we know we need to innovate. So we start listing all the technologies. Everything that's cool this year. We know how cool generative AI is and all the applications that are coming out. Okay, let's consider that. And then the question doesn't become digital innovation, it becomes what technology solutions should we adopt, right? Guys, let's make a team and let's figure out this year what technology we should adopt. That's what the question happens. And then we decide, I don't know, maybe randomly, or by talking to each other, or by talking to a consultant, that, okay, we're going to adopt cloud and AI. I know a lot of people in corporate have seen this. And that becomes our solution. Congratulations. But we have a problem with this. People, they fall in love easily. We're all romantics. Founders with their companies and their ideas. Leaders, they fall in love with their solutions. And the reason we fall in love with the solutions is because we spent so much time trying our best to decide on this ultimate solution, right? We we're going to create a cloud-first program. We're going to create an AI-first initiative. We went and already convinced the board members. They approved our AI initiative. We already got the funding that's required, and I'm the CEO. I spent the past 6 months approving this AI cloud initiative, and now all I see is that solution. And the thing is, if you look at your problems in your company, or in the world as a whole, well, we have so many problems in this world, and in your company. When we're talking about your company, we're talking about internal problems. We're talking about customer issues. We're talking about so many things that can be solved with digital innovation. And there are even more solutions to those problems. Now, if we take one specific problem in your company that can be solved using digital innovation, that one problem probably has hundreds of possible solutions, correct? Some solutions are really good. Some solutions are medium. Some are, kind of a solution. And what ends up happening is leaders and people, they fall in love with one of those solutions. And oftentimes, and you'd be surprised, specifically in digital transformation projects, that solution that was chosen doesn't even solve a problem. What do we call this? What do we call a solution that doesn't solve a problem? Useless? I heard useless. A new problem? Well, it's called a solution looking for a problem. So what happens is the solution starts looking for a problem. Oh, we created an AI? Okay, we have this new AI system. Okay, where can we use it? Can you talk to the accounting department? Maybe they can take advantage of this new AI system that I spent all my life on. Right? That I love so much. Well, the innovation problem-solution dilemma is a misalignment between the technological solutions that we choose and the actual problems that we have in our organization. And this applies not only to corporates and their transformation projects, it applies to startups and their new products. So ideas and solutions, in my book, illegal when it comes to digital innovation or starting digital innovation. You know that sign that says ideas? We don't start there. Instead, we start with problems. That's where we start. And the question is, of course, how do we discover those problems within our organization? Any ideas? Exactly. Everybody got problems. But how do you discover those problems if you want to discover new problems? People. Every digital innovation affects someone. Affects a department, affects a corporation. Someone at the end of the tunnel is what I like to call the beneficiary of whatever digital innovation that we want to do. Well, if we want to digitally innovate loan processing for SMEs, then where do we start? We start with small businesses applying for loans. That's where we start. If we want to digitally innovate an accounting department, we start with the accountants and the employees of that department. If we want, for example, to innovate urban traffic flow, we start with the residents in those neighborhoods. In fact, traditional businesses that are away from digital do this better than the digital. If you look at the urban planning department in Bahrain, do you think they go to the UK and see the urban plan there, copy it, and paste it in Bahrain and hope it works? No. What do? They look at the people. They look at their movements. They see their culture. They see when they go out. They see when our weekends are. They know to look at the people, but for some reason, when it comes to technology, we fall into a trap of forgetting about the people. Well, let's analyze this black box now, right? We know the biggest problem. And now we know that we look at problems, then we get solutions, not the other way around. And for problems, we need people. And as soon as we get the solutions, what do? We verify that it solves the problem. Because we don't want to end up with the solution looking for a problem. What does this remind you of? You got it. Design thinking mindset. In fact, I've been, in my innovation consulting, I've been doing design thinking as part of the innovation process. So it's nothing new. In fact, a question was asked on the panel about design thinking innovation. Well, innovation does not work at all without design thinking. Let's look at design thinking generally. Empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. Empathize is about empathizing with people. Define is about defining the issues and problems with people. And the rest of it, the ideate, prototype, and test, is about solutions. So the problem-solution dilemma, the biggest mistake of innovation, can be solved by just following the design thinking mindset. There's your solution. Well, so the magic formula is design thinking. Congratulations. It's a simple idea, but believe me, it's those simple ideas and the change of mindset that makes the biggest effect on whatever we do. So, I'm not going to leave you here. I'm going to tell you what's the most important part if we want to get started. The most important part is empathize and define, not coming up with solutions. In fact, it's 10 times, I'd go 100 times more important than actually ideating a solution or looking at the technology. And it's one thing that we hardly do. Let me just show you an example of how this works. What happens if we don't empathize and we don't talk to people? What happens? And we don't figure out what the problem is. And we end up with the wrong problem. Well, if we end up with the wrong problem, what happens to our solution? It's probably going to be the end of that story, right? So, empathize and ideate. We start with a problem or something we think is a problem in our organization. So we say, okay, we think we have an efficiency problem in our accounting department, or we think we can improve this relationship with a customer or some service with a customer. We start with some kind of hypothesis. And then we say, okay, that's the problem we think it is. Let's empathize and let's ideate. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but empathy maps and journey maps are two things that I use a lot, and they're design thinking approaches and tools. And the idea behind empathy maps, just really quick, is that sometimes people think something, but they say something else. You know that, right? Or sometimes people say something, and then when you observe them, they do something else. Empathy is about understanding the person, not only what they say. So we have this concept in startups is that you never ask a customer what they want. You got to really live with the customer. For example, you go to an accounting department, and you talk to the accountant, and you say, look, I think it's taking too long for you to do this. And they say, no, I have no problem. Everything is okay. And then you go and you hide, and you look at the accountant, and you see they walk to the printer, 15 minutes, they scan something, they walk back, and something that we can accomplish in 1 minute, they're taking a long time. And you do this by observing the customer. So what happens is we reframe the problem to a real problem. So let me give you an example of this. And this is the elevator example. I don't know, maybe some of you heard of this. And the elevator example says, the biggest complaint that hotels get and multi-story buildings is the elevator is too slow. The elevator is too slow. It's a very common thing that people complain about. So what's the direct solution to this? If we jump to the solution, is what? Buy another elevator, improve the motor of the elevator. But if we go and look at this tenant and kind of understand really what the problem is, what's going on? Is the elevator too slow? Well, we figure out that the tenants just hate waiting for the elevator. Notice, the problem is different. It's not the elevators are too slow, it's just people don't like waiting for an elevator. So what do? Provide entertainment, yeah. Simple solution. Well, add a mirror. It's a common technique. You add a mirror in the elevator. Now they're busy fixing their hair. And there are no complaints. Complaints drop by 90%. And make them busy. And another one from the airline industry, just really quick, is passengers are complaining that the baggage takes too long to arrive. You know what? Let's innovate. Let's create and upgrade the baggage system. Yes, that will reduce the complaints by 30%. But maybe if we empathize with the passengers, we figure out, wait a minute, passengers are arriving too fast. Remember, what they say, what they do. They're arriving too fast. That's the problem. 15 minutes is very good for Bahrain Airport. So maybe we should just distract them, right? Look at the amount of complaints that reduced by doing something different. The dangers of just choosing a solution, I cannot stress more than this. So, problem and solution, design thinking. I have news for you. Problem is hard, not easy to do. The solution is easy. Once you have a real problem, talk to anyone. You can come talk to me. I'll give you a list of technologies that can solve it. That's not the hard part. The hard part is figuring out what that problem is to solve. So, I'm going to give you one of my favorite quotes by Albert Einstein. If I had 1 hour to save the world, I'd spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes figuring out what the solution is. So, when we were kids, we heard this quote. Focus on the solution, don't focus on problems, be positive. We're not going to use that when we do innovation. We're going to do the opposite, focus on the problem, not the solution. Okay? No offense. So the phrase digital innovation. The phrase digital innovation is a trap. It's a trap that we need to avoid. And the reason it's a trap is because of the word digital. What do you think when you think about the word digital? That's what you think. You think solutions. And what happens to you? You look like this. You get stressed. Oh, should I do AI? Should I do cloud? So I'm going to give you a tip. Whenever you see the word digital transformation or digital innovation, what you should do is just cancel that word digital. I mean, we can't change the dictionary, but just ignore it. And then suddenly, all that technology disappears because we don't start with that. And now we're no longer overwhelmed because we can replace this technology with people. Because people are the ultimate judge, the ultimate arbiter, the ultimate jury of whether your product or service will succeed. And people are the ones who will decide whether your digital innovation is truly an innovation or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hamid. Thank you for those insights and those eye-opening ideas. Following that insightful session, we have a panel discussion on digital innovation, trends, challenges, and success stories. Please welcome our moderator, digital transformation expert trainer at BIBF, Ms. Noura Al-Bloushi. Also, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists, Ms. Andrea Prazakova, Senior Vice President, MasterCard Foundry, and ESG EMEA, who will be joining us virtually from Dubai, Mr. Fawaz Ghazal, CEO of Flus, Mr. Hamid Salmin, UX and Innovation Manager at Benefit, and Mr. Mark Hopkins, Director of Tech and Customer Experience at EY. Welcome to you all, and thank you for joining us. Over to you, Noura.
Second panel discussion of the day, where we'll be discussing the implications of digital innovation. And what after Hamid has said, I'm not sure if we want to keep the world digital. right? But still. Now, again, the topic in itself is a hot topic, digital innovation specifically. And I'm sure with our esteemed panelists, we will light it up further. And once again, I would like to welcome our panelist, Andrea, joining us online. Andrea is with us, right? Okay. And then we have Hamad and Fawaz and Mark. So welcome, everybody. And I would get started with Andrea first. Andrea, what do you see as the most significant trends in digital innovation with all the new technologies that have come up? How do you think that is impacting the way we think about innovation in general? Andrea is with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. Yes, please go ahead, Andrea.
I was asking if you can see me.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay, awesome. So thank you so much for having me. I am sorry I can't be with you in person and sit obviously on that great panel. It's a really great question. I missed the previous panel, so I don't know what the discussion was about digital, but maybe let me outline a couple of the big ones, right? I can hear a little bit of echo. I'm not sure if the microphones in the are on. Perfect. So obviously everybody is talking about AI, right? So it says like it's a big trend and it's a big way to go. However, AI is with us since 1956, where it was started, in Dartmoor conference, where a bunch of people got together and they decided that they will start to study making smart machines. So I think artificial intelligence and as overall, it's a really big trend within that machine learning, deep learning, large language models. And some of the reason is why we're so excited and why is it trend? Because it's now started to be democratized, right? It's no longer only for the big technology giants. The tools and platforms which are currently available are accessible for all sorts of businesses. We're looking really about big powerhouse which has unmatched data processing capabilities, which is really fundamental. We never had this before. I think that also with once the data which is on the internet will be taken, will be exhausted, we will start to utilize data which are also from the different sensors and internet of things. So definitely AI with the power of data, with the future of automation, the personalization on scales and predictability. And I think that there is a really great, not only from what we see on Instagram and TikTok and all the digital giants, but predictability in terms of travel to space, predictability in terms of healthcare system, predictability in terms of education. The second area, I think, from a trending perspective, is definitely extended reality. We've been obviously bombarded a lot with ER and AR. I want to maybe go a little bit further into spatial computing. We see it with the new interaction of the Apple headset. Just imagine in the future, obviously, your workspaces will be completely created in a different way. It will be more dynamic. You will be able, with spatial computing, do environmental tracking. You will be able to have virtual receptions, employee wellness monitoring, and so on. So second area, really, I think the spatial computing, it's great and a big trend. Then blockchain and decentralized finance, blockchain, especially with that big push into Web3, which we see across education, healthcare, and retail. And I mentioned a little bit about Internet of Things. I think that's another category which I feel it's a big trend. I would stay in the healthcare area where, many of you maybe in the audience are diabetic. You will have your a sensor on your body which manages your glucose. Imagine now with that data, it can be connected to your entire healthcare system, which will predict what will happen in 1 week. It will be able to give you the right medication. And there is much more green tech, space, quantum computing. But I think the key ones are now is definitely be staying with artificial intelligence, spatial computing, blockchain, Internet of Things, and green technology. I pause here. I could speak about it for hours, but definitely these are some of the big ones for me.
Test, okay. Yes, definitely. I do agree with you, Andrea. And I think it is undeniable that AI is definitely changing the way we are doing business, the way we are, doing our operations, and it is even directing our strategic decision making, basically. Now, when I look at it, and I look at it in simple terms, even the simplest things, like, for example, instead of me creating a PowerPoint presentation, now with the help of AI, I no longer need to do that. With Copilot, I can simply take an agenda of a meeting, and I can give it to Copilot, and I can ask it to create a whole presentation for me, right? So it is definitely changing the way we are doing business in general. And I'm sure its impact is undeniable in all different industries and all different sectors. So, Fawaz, I would like you to...
If I can add one more, because this topic of the conference is the design thinking, right? And I think that what is a really interesting intricacy about this is that how do you apply artificial intelligence and all these tools across your design thinking process? Many of the people in the panel and in the audience are probably design thinkers and system designers. So in the past, you would stand in the room on a computer with stickers and so on. So today, you have multiple different tools where you can, scrum the ideation, your research, your prototype, your persona, your journey mapping from maybe 2 hours, from 2 days to 2 hours. And I think that's where the real power of innovation is, where, management of stakeholders, you can use syntheticuser.com to create the persona, test your prototype. You don't need to wait for weeks to test your idea. So there's multiple things which AI will bring and introduce, as already did, into the whole design thinking process.
And yes, I do completely agree with that. And there are a lot of tools that are making the process of design thinking easier as well. But Andrea, we will come back to that later. And I just want to first focus on a high level. So going back to the different sectors, how do you think, Fawaz, how are the different sectors being impacted with this advancement in technologies that are there?
Hello? Yeah. So design thinking is going to affect every business vertical. There's no business vertical that will not be affected by the new tools, AI, quantum computing, Internet of Things. It goes in every sector. So either you're adopted or in the coming, let's say, mid-term to long-term, you're out of business. So AI will have a lot of increase of capacity, reduction on cost, and ability to serve more customers cheaper, better, and more personalized. So it goes into healthcare, it goes into financial services, education. Every aspect of what we do today will have a profound effect. Now the question is, are businesses adopting? This is a tool, like any kind of tool we're using today. If you don't use that tool efficiently on the right way, you'll either be out of business if you can't use it, and if you don't use it efficiently, then you'll have issues in the future. Today, we see that trend started in the region, that there's an adoption on AI and different things. Like, I'll talk about financial services. We're using a lot of AI now in credit scoring, trying to enable a reduced cost of operations. That's what AI provides us, and a more, say, reliable, cost-effective way of serving our customers. And it goes also to the problem why we are using AI. It's not using AI for the sake of AI, but you're using AI to solve an issue in the market that are for your products or services. But on the longer term, we see quantum coming in and will have an effect in many of the services, but it's still early on, and there's only two large players right now in quantum. It's US and China. We'll see who will prevail in the future. But quantum with AI, with cloud, all will have a profound effect how we interact with products and services, and the reach of these services will be wider. And AI will allow more customers to be served in a better way, in a more efficient way. And just give them a small example, not also from financial services, healthcare sector. Today, if a doctor can serve 50 patients in a day with AI, he could be able to serve 500, because AI will help him out to scan more customers, ability to provide more services, and be more attentive to the real patients that they need his expertise. So we'll be working, AI and humans will be working together.
Right, Fawaz, I think what I like best about what you said is that it's about providing solutions, not about using AI. Now, AI is a tool. We use it to provide solutions. And if I link this back to what Hamad was discussing earlier, that when we think about providing solutions, we have to refer back that we are providing solutions for whom. So always the journey starts with the people because it ends with the people, and it's about the impact that it's going to have on the people. So user-centric design in general is a concept that is talked about in the realm of agile project management or even in product design. We always start with people, right? So user-centric design. Hamad, if you could just shed some light on how user-centric design is basically directing the digital innovation.
Thank you, Noura. Of course, at first I would like to thank BIBF for hosting such event because design thinking is a core fundamental part of our organization, and I think us humans need to be thinking in this way. Speaking of user-centric design, it is the core of innovation. Hamad did a great job explaining that without that, you're probably dying. Now us, myself, I come previously from a technical background, and us engineers and IT people tend to stick more to our products and the solutions and then try to love it and bring the wow factor. But if you think about it way more, those solutions, we don't think about it in a way that the user, how is we going to use it or how it's going to solve a problem to their end. So in my ideology or my thinking, and I think everyone's, the forum is about that, the products and design that do not take human or user centricity are doomed to fail.
I completely agree with this. And Hamad, when you were just talking about this user centricity, I remember once I was on a trip to Djibouti in Africa. It was on a charity program. And the tour guide was with us on the bus, and he was simply showing us some buildings and projects that they had worked on in the previous years. You see that building? We said, yeah, it's a good one. And he said, this building, when we built it initially, it was of grave gray color. And it was, very modern, very minimalistic, and only for us to come back the next year to find it in a flashy orange color. Right? So everybody on the bus, we just giggled about it, but that incident, it just stayed with me, and I started reflecting on it later on. And I was thinking that, okay, we giggled about it because it's not modern, it's not minimalistic, it's not with the international design standards that we're looking for, but it is what those people like. It is a representation of their choice, it's a representation of their preferences, and if that makes them happy and how they like things to be, then let it be, right? Because I think many times, when we think about minimalistic design and the new trends, especially in aesthetics, I feel to some extent, maybe this is unpopular opinion, by the way, okay? But to some extent, I feel modernization should not necessarily mean degradation of culture and identity, right? I think these two things can go well in hand, and it goes back to starting from the people, seeing what that will add to the people, right? Now, again, when we are talking about the design thinking process, we say that we want the end users to be involved as much as possible throughout the process. Now, in theory, in paper, that is easy said, and it's kind of a idea that's always there. But how do you find that in practice? Because sometimes I have discussions in my process re-engineering workshops, and often the comment I get is that it's not easy to involve the end users throughout the life cycle, just as the agile strategies are talking about. So how did you go about it in benefits?
I mean, in general, yes, this is the ideal approach. You see it in all theories, in product design, in agile development. You see the involvement of users in all, basically, all the steps. We emphasize on iterations. We emphasize on involvement users in the prototype and the testings, etc. But some organizations, particularly bigger organizations, do not have the luxury of embedding the users. They sometimes lack the timing, lack the resources, etc. So again, I'll come back to this, but I want to share an example that us benefit we had been facing. So back in 2018, when we were doing our 3-year corporate strategy, we were working with the central bank and the government on reducing the cash in the country. And we researched and identified sectors, basically, which are the sectors that are very much cash dominant. And the most alarming, I would say, sector was fuel. So fuel payments. And fuel payments were merely cash dominant back then. And then we decided that let's go on and tackle and fix that solution and bring that into a digitized manner. And we studied the behavior, and while we studied, COVID came and hit. So we didn't have this luxury because of people now, tendency of people of not using cash anymore. So we needed to have a quick solution to solve this problem. So we didn't have that time. We relied on our experience. We did some testing. We used whatever available. So we actually went there into the stations and printed QR codes and tried to use this method as a way of payment. We saw, no, it's not going to work because, again, cash, it's out of your pocket and you give it to the station and you go. So we iterated that solution again and again, and we came up with a very quick solution. We partnered with the right partner, and just to cut it short, we have brought a solution that is very quick and very human-centric. Now, yes, we did some elements of the design thinking, but we don't have that luxury of doing that all over and over. We might have a longer time to do it, but it's not the case. Now, I think the ideal approach, if you don't have that, is just to put the users in front of your mind all the times. Because at all stages, if you put the users at the forefront of your solution, you're going to do a good job. But then also utilize on what others have been making. The big companies, big tech companies, Apple, Google, they have invested a lot of money in design thinking and designing good solutions. We need to capitalize on those methods and add the element of localizations because, again, we are designing solutions for our environment, our sector. So let's utilize that and redefine the solution in a way that is very user-centric and very useful.
Yes, I think I do agree with everything you said over here, and I would say the best way to work on it is the way that works best, right? So sometimes it's not the ideal situation, it's not the framework that you're following, but what's in hand and what you can do with what's in hand. Right, okay, so we have shed some light on the trends and then the user-centricity element of design thinking. Now I would just like to refer back to Hamid's presentation when he was talking about a lot of fear and overwhelmingness that comes, especially when we talk about a lot of these AI technologies. Right, so Mark, if you could just shed some light on this and tell us how can basically companies cope with this overwhelming amount of technologies and all the new trends that are coming up.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, so my suggestion in this arena would be to look at the data to see exactly what your problems are. Oftentimes, people are reluctant to spend. Amanda did a great job of identifying risk and fear. But if you have the right balance of people in your IT teams, a mandate to change or investigate or innovate, it doesn't need to be huge. It can be actually quite just a small percentage. And then once you have that data, to start developing use cases for change. And these investments don't actually need to be huge. You can look at small projects, Power Apps as an example, to automate processes. And this will essentially, once that sort of data, that research comes in, can actually give a bit more confidence into the CEO and the board that these little investments are actually paying returns. They don't have to go all in on this big investment and then find that sort of 12, 16, 18 months down the line it's failing. Another thing would be to sort of look at your IT team and make sure that you have either a mandate for change. Oftentimes CTOs, CDOs are sort of stuck in managing the status quo or justifying their existence. It would be good to bring on young'uns into that team whose mandate is to research these technologies, who are, to Hamad's point, look at problem solving, who actually understand tech, rather than sort of defend that they understand the tech. And then another suggestion here would be to make sure that you have a digital roadmap. Oftentimes these are really long, but if you can use it to phase out technology, to sunset technology, and as the data comes in, you can sort of try pilots, and if they're successful, sunset that technology, and oftentimes save some money. So that would be my suggestions. Use the data to identify the weaknesses.
Right, so if I summarize what you've said. Yes, please.
Yeah, I really like what the panel was saying about the data usage and about the speed and sometimes the budgets. So I would like to draw attention again to the power of the data which Mark was talking about, because ultimately what you can do is, if you have a big large set of data, you can start to do synthetic twins, right? So you can have synthetic data which you can combine from your existing data and then draw data from the large language models which are currently available on the net, which are very empathy-driven emotions and decisions. And then today you are already having tools which will enable you, based on this data, to create your optimal customers without actually speaking to them, create the solution, and then test. So ultimately, going back to the data is very critical to understand it. And you actually don't need to now anymore going outside to look for the consumers, because you're probably sitting on the same consumers already and you have the data about them. The net has the information about how would they behave, how would they react, what are their emotional statuses. So with the right investment into the right tech and the right teams who understand these processes, with the help of synthetic data and the AI tools, you can really shorten it up and be able to make much faster decision about the UI UX experience, about your CDP, about your service approaches. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I think if you could continue on this discussion that you're having, Andrea, because you said that you're talking about analyzing your existing data to see how you can basically go about your digital transformation roadmap. And we also said that it's good to kind of mandate it on our IT departments and everything else. But we human beings and businesses in general, the laws of physics work on us as well. So there is usually a lot of inertia. Right? The laws of physics work on businesses and people as well, so there is a lot of inertia, and there is some kind of sometimes resistance from people. Sometimes I'm not sure if I will be capable of coping with this new technologies, because I do teach a lot of technologies, and I do teach about AI and everything else. And many times people feel overwhelmed when they look at how these technologies are working. How can we cope with it? Will this basically, eliminate our role within the organizations? So I think one of the challenges is basically to change the mindset of the people within the organization, or the cultural aspect, the organizational culture basically. So can you help us and to understand how basically we can basically shift that cultural? Please go ahead. Yes.
This is like a $1 million question. So I think that you already almost like answered it in the question. I think one is really embracing change and innovation, and that needs to start with the management. It's very important that the senior leaders really showcase, how it's important it is, but they showcase that they experiment with the tools themselves. Moving from this risk-averse mindset, and I'm not propagating at any point in time to have a reckless strategy.
Andrea, can you hear us? Are you with us? Okay, I think we lost connection. Would any of the other panel members add to what is being said?
Culture? Problem, okay. And I think I deal with a lot of banks and had a lot of meetings with a lot of seniors. The issue in culture when it comes to a lot of the corporate enterprises, they think that digital, it's like a goal or a destination we're going to reach. Like after a year, life is rosy, we're done, that's it, we received it, we're done well. But this is a journey with no destination, and this is something they need to understand. You never reach a point, say, I'm satisfied. It's a continuous development with continuous experiments. And the best teams who wins in the future, who can do as many experiments they can do with their customers. I have an idea, Hamad has an idea, Mark has an idea. Maybe all our ideas are a failure, we don't know. Maybe one of our ideas works. But that's what you need to push to the consumer and check which idea works with what we call minimal viable product. And if it works, double down. But usually in the culture, they don't want to have any failure. I don't want any experiment to fail. I want all my experiments to succeed. And that's not the right way of thinking. Apple fails, Google fails, they have a lot of failed products. Nothing wrong with it. So we need to change that failure is something good, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to add to that. I mean, I don't know if anyone ever saw the first Uber app when it came out. It was an absolute disaster. But they got it out into the ether. They got customer feedback. They knew they had a really rubbish product, and they worked really hard to upgrade it. I mean, I think getting a product out there is really, really important. And when Google Chrome first launched its browser, it did patches and extensions improvements every 6 weeks based on the feedback it got. What Vanguard in the FS space is making huge leaps based on the ability to get immediate customer feedback and having teams working on it. So it's not failure per se, it's taking feedback and accentuating positive. I think going back to my point about data.
I want to add. Just to add, a lot of, I would say, organizations, when you think about the culture, they think about innovation in a way that it's a functional unit in an organization. And it's not the case. It's because design thinking and innovation is a mindset. And that has to be planted into the mindsets of all the employees, I would say. Because you never know who would innovate from a legal perspective, from a compliance perspective, from IT perspective. So it's a joint collaborative, I would say, effort, and it's not a dedicated functional unit. So that is a very important aspect that needs to be taken by organizations.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very important point. And commenting on the workforce itself, how do you think, how well is our educational sector doing in terms of design thinking in all the different areas? Because now that we said it's not just one unit, it's all the different functions that should have this kind of mindset. How well do you think is our education system doing currently on this?
Frankly, not doing a good job. In general, I think when they graduate, they think there's a set of rules or something they have to read and comply to. And they need to get out of their comfort zone and, challenge the status quo and what we call the scaling, earning more skills. There's no one who will be sitting next to you and teaching you a skill. We can show you the path, but you need to walk the path. And I think that's sometimes, I'll not say lacking, but there's few individuals who are willing to take that risk and learn and keep on learning, and there's new skills coming up. And you don't expect you graduate, that's it, you're done. And getting new skills, learning, and challenging yourself is something, I think it's a personality more than any education that need to be part of our education system.
I completely agree with what you've said over here. So we've been talking about some of the trends, and then we moved to user centricity, and finally to some of the challenges in terms of technology and even cultural challenges. Now, I think I would like to highlight some success stories that we have over here. So Fawaz, you have pioneered in bringing up many digital innovation technologies. So I want you to tell us about your experience so that we can learn from each other. Yeah.
I'm the CEO currently of Flus. It's a new startup. We do microfinancing in Bahrain, and this is my second fintech here in Bahrain. So I've been in Bahrain since 2009, and the idea of Flus came up because, for many reasons, but I went to a bank, I wanted to have a loan, small loan for whatever it is. And the bank started to ask, you need to fill that document. Do you have a property? Because we need to have collateral. We need to sign you checks. And said, do you like my life? Yes, I'd like to do a life insurance in you too. If you died, we can get your money. And I thought let's say someone he needs an emergency money or immediate cash for whatever he needs, how he can get it. And we looked at the market, family, friends, shark loans. And if he goes to the bank, it takes days to weeks, which doesn't serve the purpose. And that's from where the idea of Lose is to give an instant cash credit check. And we looked at what's available. We built our own tech, and we're still in the journey. We're trying to increase what we call non-financial data weight into your creditworthiness and enhance that. There's a lot of discussions happen with the EDB, central bank, to get it approved. I will not say it wasn't easy, but they were very progressive. They listened to us, and they allowed us to do experiment in the market in a sandbox. We graduated, and alhamdulillah, we launched, and today we're one of the top 5 fintech apps. Seconds, first with benefits sometimes, and goes up and down, depends on the salary week. But that's a great thing that we did, and we're now expanding. And it shows when you really solve a problem in the market, there's a good product market fit. They're going out. We don't build products for our shareholders. We build them for our customers. And that's where you need to focus on.
Right, so again, going back to customer-centric.
Yes.
Problem solving, basically, right? And I really like how you chose the name Flus, because that's something that represents us and something that we like to hear. Terminologies that we like, I would say. Okay, I think we also have Hamad from Benefit, and I think there is nobody in this room who does not use the Benefit application, right? For me personally, I feel there are two digital innovation projects that have really changed the way we people in Bahrain are living. One would be Benefit application, for me at least personally, honestly, right? And the second would be the e-government services, because I didn't need to visit a government agency for the past 5 years, which I think this is something that we should really appreciate. So thank you for these solutions. And Hamad, I would like you to speak about this more and tell us now that you have created an application that almost every single phone in Bahrain has, how did you get there? So what strategies have you used to basically be able to achieve that?
I mean, alhamdulillah, yani, we were very lucky, yet in a good way, because again, we have a very innovative mindsets in our organization. We have a very supportive management. We always had customer centricity on top of our head. We did a very good job in touch basing the pain points of the users or of the customers in the kingdom. We did many initiatives that can tailor for that. I'll talk about this more. I think we are the first financial organization, established organization, establishing a dedicated UX unit in Bahrain, which shows that we care much about that, the user centricity element. Now, speaking about Benefit Pay, I'm really proud to be part of the team that cooked Benefit Pay since the inception. We had put the problems on top before the solutions, and that is what Hamad has put into his presentation. We always have thought, or always have been putting ourselves in the shoes of the user. So that is a very important element that our CEO has always told us, put yourself in the shoes of the users. And for that, yes, the dynamics or the user base or the personas are very big. So everyone is using Benefit Pay, our moms, our children, our siblings, everyone is using. I'm meeting everybody every day. I'm meeting entrepreneurs who are very happy getting their monies easily. I'm meeting husbands who very much complaining because they're sending to their wives every time. So I think the way it works is because we have put the user on the front. We have done the flows in a very simple manner, and we have tested. We have tested the market, and we have iterated. Agility was a very fundamental part of our development. Yes, we did some mistakes at the beginning, but the agility in fixing them and altering them has done a great job for Benefit. And thankfully, we have more than 1 million users in Bahrain, in a very small dynamic island, which is something that we are very proud. We are processing more than 30 million dinars monthly in terms of transactions. those were all mainly cash. And alhamdulillah, things are growing. We are up to more initiatives. And those initiatives, inshallah, will be, of course, user-centric.
I think one of the things that I like best about the Benefits app is that it's continuously increasing the number of features that are there. Like, so we started off with money transfer, we have Sadim, we have, there is continuous improvement. So this also tells us that innovation is not something that you would start with and you have a good product and once it's out there, you've done your job because people are using it and it's having an impact. No, it's a continuous process. You continuously develop. So well done on that as well. Okay, I think we would wrap it up over here, and I would like Mark, if you don't mind, since you work in a consultancy firm and you work with a lot of different companies in the region, I would like you to tell us what are the key highlights, the key takeaways from this session, and what would you advise anybody who is going to embark this journey?
Thanks. Firstly, I think Hamad's presentation was a particularly effective way of making sure that it's quite over daunting, really, the amount of choices that are available. So I'll go back to my point about technology. I'll go back to his point around looking at looking at the problems first, delving into those. I mean, it's really a cliche, but you have to put the customer at the heart of everything. I wouldn't be afraid to do a lot more user research before moving into any sort of transformation. Placing the user at the heart of everything, having a more youthful element in your IT organizations, adding cross-functional teams to your business, having a propensity to fail and not be afraid of that. In fact, I think actually you should switch that from failure into learnings, getting your product into the market. I mean, you got the product into the market at the right time and COVID happened. Now look at what is happening with Benefit. I think it's a mindset change that needs to be looked at, and you don't have to spend a gazillion dinars to do transformation. You can try with small things, build up confidence, get the research, get the youthful elements of your business, empower them to look at design, innovation, and then in terms of design thinking and education, I think if you can invest in design thinking with just have a few ambassadors in your business and get them to socialize those nuggets of information and what they've learned and spread it across the business is only going to enable you. So those are the themes which I think have stood out to me. And then I think as a business, not everyone can be Apple, but you can certainly lean into the idea of learning about design thinking and making changes that are right for your customers, because you can essentially grow market share with this sort of mentality. So that would be my summary. I don't know if anyone else wishes to contribute.
Yeah, would you like to add anything, Mark, Hamad?
No, I agree with Mark, and it's a journey, and we'll continue to be in the journey, and innovation is cannot come from one person, it comes from teams. And the faster you can do those experiments in the market, the better you are, and as simple as that.
Yeah. I think what I like the most out of everything that was discussed over here is that innovation and these digital transformation elements, they are not specific units within your organizations. I think everybody should be equipped with these skills. Every team and every member should be equipped with these skills, and that's how we can basically go towards it, right?
I think just on that, I mean, I think I saw a really talented piece of a point that I saw the other day. There is no a sort of user experience or innovation titles at Google. It's part of everyone's just job description. I mean, that's just a big entity to reference. But if you think it's subtle changes like that in terms of culture, making sure that you have the ability to have a voice, to research and socialize that information within your business can only change the dynamic. It's not about people at the top, it's about everybody contributing.
And that is why basically I have this title is basically to embrace innovation and user experience among all the people in the organization.
Within the organization, yes. Okay, thank you. That summarizes it really well. I think we'll just take a few questions if there are any from the audience, and we'll wrap it up with that. Any questions from the audience? All right, no. We have a question there? Yes, if somebody could. Yes.
Thank you. I'll just answer that. It's a team effort. There's no single person can come with all ideas in any organization. And if there's a guy can do that, even if he's a genius, you'll always be bound to his thoughts. So I believe teams are better by far. There's project owners, but from an idea and concept when it comes to feature function, it's a teamwork. It comes from a call center agent up to the CEO. Anyone can come up with that idea. It shouldn't be bound to a department or a person.
I mean, I'll just add to that. I mean, where I work, when we come up with come up with designs, it is in team-based, and there's often a panel of a small committee of people who review it before it goes out the door, and we iterate it, and should iterate it after it goes live, I should add. It needs to improve to the earlier points around digital not being a destination. It's a recurring thing.
Yeah, I think one of the good practices that I like about here we have at the BIBF, in our website there is kind of a sidebar where you could just put in your idea anytime you have it. So any employee within the organization, they have any idea or any improvement, they can just pop in there, fill in the form with their idea, and then it reaches the senior management and we work on it. So creating the channels for that is also very, very important. All right, I think I've crossed the time limit already, so we will just call it out for the day. And thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you our panelists, and thank you the audience for listening. Thank you.
Amazing insight there on digital innovation. Thank you, Noura, for moderating this panel discussion. And thanks to our esteemed panelists on shedding light on the importance of digital innovation across different industries. Before we continue, let's take a brief break for prayer. I'll see you back in the auditorium in 15 minutes. Please be on time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to have you all on board our Design Thinking Forum for today. The next session on our agenda is Steering Design Thinking Towards a Sustainable Future. We start with our panel discussion, Design Thinking for the Next Generation, Building a Culture of Innovation. Please welcome our moderator, founder and CEO of Noor Consultancy and Coaching, Ms. Noorhan Al-Dhan. Also, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists for today, Ms. Saba Siyadi, Executive Director of Al-Mabarra Al-Khalifiyya Foundation, Mr. Sidney Wheatley, Chief Investment Officer of Private Family Office, Mr. Yanal Jallad, Managing Director, Reboot 01 Coding Institute, and Ms. Adela Christie, founder of Accent Group and co-founder of Design Thinkers Academy in Eastern Europe.
Thank you, Amel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm extremely excited to be on the panel here with you this afternoon with such an exciting lineup of speakers who are really coming from different backgrounds, and we're very happy to kind of close up the session today with, let's say, a practitioner's guide. So everything you've covered today, we're going to try to put it together and to say, what can you take this and action it going forward. So, of course, you guys would have been able to see the bios of these incredible speakers on the BIBF website. However, to give you a heads up, we have Ms. Saba and Mr. Yanal from the kind of academic training background. We have Ms. Adela from the entrepreneurship consultancy space, and Mr. Sidney with me more on the corporate also kind of trainer consultancy space. So I'm very excited, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me. I always like to start with the question that lays the ground for the discussion. So I'm going to pose this question to say everything we've been hearing from the morning is how to make design thinking work, how does it work in different industries. But I really want to kind of narrow down for the rest of the day and say, why is it really that important to, in the context of culture of innovation for the next generation? So when I say, why is design thinking important? Adela, I see you nodding your head, so I'll start over from there.
Thank you. And I was running in just because I had an interview, so I didn't mean to be disrespectful and be late, so that was the reason. Well, I think in all the major changes that we want to achieve, it's about culture behind. Because if you look around, new businesses opening, no matter if it's a restaurant, if it's a service provider, and everything looks perfect at the beginning, and in the first month, everyone is excited, and then things are starting to fade away. So I truly believe that if we don't build strong cultures of service, for example. Okay, thank you. Then nothing will actually stand on the long run. And if we speak about the next generation, that's the thing. So if we build for the next generation a culture of customer centricity, a customer of user experience, making them understand that whatever they will build in the future, because the life will be very challenging for the generation of our kids, for example. My kids are growing up already, are students. So the things will be more challenging for them than they were for us. So it's somehow our duty, the duty of our generation, to prepare them for the future. And in order to support them to be consistent, we need to build this culture of innovation and to build awareness.
So consultancy, change management, being able to keep up with the trends is my takeaway from you. Saba, any additions on this topic?
I think it's very crucial nowadays to adapt technology, to adapt innovation and creativity, because in the ever-changing world we're living in nowadays, if companies or organizations, let it be profit-making, non-profit, across all sectors, they have to adopt creativity and innovation. Otherwise, as mentioned earlier this morning, they will go out of business. So they can start by doing this by using a proven, well-structured and human-centered approach to achieve their results. And therefore, this is basically what design thinking offers. In addition, what the skills that the users of the design thinking methodology will get across or throughout the process of design thinking will add a lot to them as persons, like, for example, empathy, which is the first step in the design thinking process. In addition to confidence, leadership, and of course, thinking creatively, which are all invaluable skills to have in nowadays.
Fantastic, thank you so much. I hope everybody in the audience is kind of picking up bits and pieces. We're only laying the ground at this point. Sydney, from your perspective on the kind of corporate consultancy side, any additions to the same question?
I think that we're becoming a very globalized world, even more and more and more. Technologies are becoming decentralized, they're more accessible than ever, which means that on the plus side, anyone can start a company and deliver services that were unthinkable 10, 20 years ago. On the minus side, you don't know where your competition is coming from these days. It can come from anywhere, it can come from anyone. It can come from the strangest places. So you have to be delivering excellent service all the time. Your customers have to be delighted. They have to find you the best provider of that service. So you have to continuously innovate. It's not the situation anymore that you have 2 or 3 companies in a country and they operate a sort of duopoly or triopoly. Competition can come from anywhere, so you have to stay sharp as an organization.
Fantastic. So I'm hearing customer centricity a lot today. I'm hearing competition, and I'm a business owner. I have my own company, so I kind of relate a lot to the element of staying ahead of the market or staying ahead of the trend. So I appreciate that. Yanal, it's lovely to have you. I think it's very interesting that you come from kind of the training side, but focused on maybe coding and software development. So I wanted to start off by saying, how does design thinking fit into that space? It seems quite binary, no?
Thank you for having me, and it's great to be here last minute, I know. Design thinking is an integral part, actually. It's extremely important, and to add to the question you asked earlier, and I agree with everything everyone said, I just want to add, start early, and start at the training, youth, university, training programs, and so on. So design thinking is really important for implementing the principles in coding and software engineering. It enhances the learning experience for our learners, for our students. Companies, they don't really want developers working in silos, focused on only what they have to deliver in terms of programming. They want them to understand business aspects of the company. So there's no better way in terms of for design thinking that the user is central to that. So as they're going through their project or problem solving, the developer has a user-centric kind of mentality from the beginning, which is very important. In this way, this prepares students to kind of understand the real world challenges better, students and developers working in industry. And the iterative nature of design thinking goes very well, aligned very well with the agile methodologies in development.
Fantastic, thank you. So what I picked up from you is like now design thinking is previously, or at least maybe that's my thinking, we used to think that the software designers and the coding guys are on the back end. So they're as far away from the customer as possible, and maybe there's a consultant in the middle or a project manager. So now you're saying this allows to kind of bridge the gap and bridge the comms, right? And you mentioned something very interesting, to start early, and I think a lot of the work that you guys do is maybe with Tim Keen and through EDB focuses on the youth, and I do believe we're very blessed with that in Bahrain, so there's a lot of investment in the younger generations. But do correct me if I'm wrong.
No, what Tim Keen and the EDB are doing is phenomenal. What we deliver at Reboot Coding Institute is a full stack developer. It's a 2-year program. It takes 18 months to become full stack. That means front end, back end, and data, the full spectrum of programming. So it's not a short course. It's a serious program that's quite challenging. And we aim to have 200 to 300 developers of this level come onto the market every year, year on year, year on year. And it's 18 months to become full stack, plus 6 months specialization. And there are 7 different tracks of specialization: AI, data science, mobile web development, etc.
That's a lot of effort. I think, again, you will notice that I highlight during the panel the solutions. So if anybody here is listening and they're interested in something that you've suggested, they know that gratefully in Bahrain we have a way to pursue it. It's not just we're on a panel and just talking about things. Adela, I'm going to go over to you, and I'm going to switch up from being into kind of coding and software to going on entrepreneurship. And I could see you smiling because I meet a lot of entrepreneurs, and they're always speaking about market opportunities. How do you identify the market opportunities? How do you identify innovative products and services? How do you keep up with trends? And tell me how design thinking can contribute or help in that area at all.
Well, I think design thinking is actually critical for all the needs of an entrepreneur, and it helps the entrepreneur to overcome the most dangerous thing that happens in the life of every entrepreneur. So normally when someone starts a business, is excited about it. That's the good part. All the entrepreneurs think, oh, I just invented a product that will change the world, and but they are inside out. So they do something that they like. They try to produce something that they feel, oh, that's going to be the great product. And then, in many cases, they fail. And there is a saying that you should always produce a product or a service that at least other people than yourself and your mom would like to buy, because your mom will buy your product anyway because she wants to help you. So the biggest challenge for the entrepreneurs is to be able to overcome this bias of doing things that you would like to bring to the market, forget about what you want to bring to the market, and really go to the customers, potential customers, people around, and talk, learn. And design thinking is actually teaching people to do meaningful conversations, to ask the right questions, those questions that are triggering the right answers. And I heard one of the speakers today saying very nicely that we shouldn't ask, I think it was Hamad, not to ask about the solutions, to ask about the problems. And I would go even more beyond, ask about the needs and the unmet needs. Because there is a famous quote from Henry Ford that many people are misquoting. They say, well, Henry Ford said that if I would have asked my customer what they want, they would have said faster horses. So I didn't need to ask them. But that's not right. It's a misinterpretation of what Henry Ford said. So because you don't have to go to the customers to ask them about the solution. Ask them about the need. So what would be your need? And the customer would have answered, I want to move faster from point A to B. That's the need, and the need didn't change. And then you can invent faster horses if you can. You can invent the cars, hyperloops, whatever. And that's our job as entrepreneurs, to come up with the answer. It's not the client that should give us the answer, but the client is the expert on the problem. And that's how design thinking can help in a nutshell.
I love it. I was just, while you were thinking, I was thinking, can we create faster horses? And I was like, I hope to God we can't, because I would love horses to be horses. But thank you for that. And I think that on the entrepreneurship side, and I'm sure you're aware, there's always a product market fit, right? Does the product, or is the product that you generated fitting within the market? Otherwise it flops. And then we also see large businesses similar to Airbnbs and the likes that have created product after product, iteration after iteration, getting closer to the market. And so I love that. Thank you very much, Adela. I'm going to come over to Ms. Saba. If Adela and Mr. Yanel talked to me about entrepreneurship coding, then there must be a role for education and academia and actually building that, because we can't expect the youth to come and miraculously have everything that the market needs. So if you can explain to me the role, it would be very useful to bridge a gap.
Definitely. The first point is to start and cultivating and fostering a culture of innovation and creativity is to start with education. So the academic institutions can start with introducing courses and workshops to educate and teach us basically the design thinking methodologies and principles. Secondly, they can also have seminars and conferences such as the one we're here and today, to basically encourage people to know and to spread the knowledge about the field. Additionally, academic institutions can also offer their resources such as libraries, innovation labs, for students to get and exchange information and experiences within a safe environment. Additionally, they can add by having talks and events to educate people about the same subject, and they will get the students will get the basically platform to discuss with their faculty and get the experience and knowledge they want.
So there's a lot of exposure and kind of knowledge transfer from what I picked up.
Absolutely, and this is the let's say the foundation of starting educating the environment about it.
Wonderful. I have to say I'm really grateful that these are the speakers in my panel because your points are tying in so beautifully. It's like you're having like a pearl necklace as you sit with me, so it's wonderful. Sydney, I'm going to come over to you and I'm going to make it a tad bit tougher. So everything they said to me are kind of ideas about how important it is and how it could be useful. Now I want you to kind of allow us to see what are corporate strategies that could be adopted on the corporate side. I know a couple of the faces around and some of them are senior people in their organizations. If they wanted to adopt that within the organization, what strategies would you suggest?
Well, okay, so the theoretical correct answer is to say, well, acknowledge that design thinking is a culture that you have to implement immediately across all your departments, and everyone should be a design thinker starting tomorrow. That's not really a practical answer though, right? That's completely impractical. I'd say the first thing to do is to really start to understand your customer and to really get feedback points or feedback mechanisms, feedback loops on all your customer touch points. Then you're going to start gathering and understanding who your customers are, what they want from you. You know, one of the biggest mistakes I see restaurants making these days is they're handing over their customers to Talabat, right? All their customers don't belong to them anymore. They belong to Talabat. They have no idea how their customers are experiencing their hard work. They have literally no clue. They've lost all connection. And I think that's a mistake that's going to be very detrimental to probably 50 or 60% of the restaurants in the next 10 years.
So sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but you're saying it needs to be integrated within the process, within the business process, yeah?
Yeah, and you see a lot of companies doing this, right? Whenever I go take my car for service, within one day I get an email asking how it was. If I don't reply, they send a reminder. If I don't reply, someone calls me. They're really desperate to know how they're doing. It can feel annoying as a customer, but it's really essential as a company to get that feedback. Because, as I mentioned before, you're in competition with everyone. You're one bad experience away from losing a customer. And you don't just lose a customer. We're also in the age of social media. You've lost someone who is a maven, who can shout and scream about how amazing your product is. And you've turned them into someone who says, nah, I wouldn't do that if I were you. So that's the first thing I would do. Second is I would sort of say, look, as a management, you need to have the tools for your people to allow them to take that feedback and actually create solutions. Give them the freedom to think about solutions. Give them the freedom to experiment. Give them the freedom to fail. Right? Failure is a very bad word in corporate. I mean, you have a corporate background as well. You know, failure is not an option. It should be. You should be allowed to experiment. You should be allowed to fail. And take the learnings from that and iterate and iterate and iterate until you have an amazing product.
I love that you said that, and I know I have an ex-colleague in the room here, so what I'm going to say, I'm not going to refer to my corporate background. However, what I'm trying to say is you're basically saying it has to be part of the culture. Because I can't say failure if the organization does not accept that, so it needs to be part of the overall acceptable culture.
Well, and that's set by who? That's set by top management, right? Top management sets that. Then middle management accepts that, and they set that. Then the interim management accepts that, and so on and so forth. So it has to be a top-down. And you can't just say it at your yearly corporate speech where you say, guys, experiment, we love it. And then the first guy that fails gets fired.
Yeah, I know. It's very interesting. I think this panel is heating up. I don't know if you feel it, especially because you referred to my corporate background. Now I'm trying to get out of it. So I'm going to head over to Yanel very politely. And Yanel, you said that you, in the work that you do, like to create generation after generation of coders, right? And you are on the training side, and you work with very important organizations in Bahrain. Explain to me how does that innovation, problem solving, the critical thinking, the elements that are very important to design thinking, integrated into your training programs?
So at Reboot, we are constantly focused on preparing the learner for their next job in tech. And there's several methodologies of design thinking that we implement. But I'd like to focus on 3. Projects, teamwork and diversity in teams, and you stole my thunder, embracing failure.
Oh, Sydney.
So projects, we are 100% project-based. From day one, students are working on projects. We don't have teachers. We don't have lecturers. There's no 9 a.m. class. There's no 12 p.m. class. If you come to campus at 9 p.m. or midnight, you're going to find students working to deliver their projects. And they go through this process, right? First, they have to understand the problem. There's no teachers, right? So they've got to work together. They have to understand the problem, empathize, work, research, learn how to research properly, ask the right questions, open source research, try things out, test, fix, test again, and then finally, hopefully, come to deliver the project. Now, it doesn't end there. When they've done their project, they have to pass a series of peer-to-peer audits. So they have to pass at minimum 5 audits from their peers, where their peers are trying to break their code, poke holes, see if it works, and they learn from each other because each one would have done it differently. Then this process helps defend and present helps the learner become very good communicators because they learn to defend and present their work, right? Which is another very key aspect of design thinking, communication. And during the course of the 2 years, there's a minimum of 55 projects whereby the students have gone through this process and they become very adept and very good. When you interview at Google or Beyond Money, what they want is that they give you a coding test and they say, show me your GitHub. So all our projects are on GitHub. So we prepare these students, and this is all an integral part. The second part I want to mention is teamwork. From day one, students are working in teams. Even when in order to enter our program, you have to pass the selection pool. A selection pool is a 3-week-long selection process, 3 weeks intense selection process, where you're thrown in teams of very diverse backgrounds. We have 18, 19, 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds, and university students. About 40% are doing Reboot and university. We have today about 300 students. About 38% are full-time employees. They come from accounting backgrounds. They come from oil and gas backgrounds. They come from technical, non-technical. Some are never went to university. Different ages. Our 30s, 40s, our older students, 57. So working in diverse backgrounds is very important. And lastly, embracing failure. Even during the selection pool, and I'll ask a question, why do we say selection pool? Some people ask me this. What's the concept of selection pool? Can anyone guess why we say selection pool? Anyone? No? You either sink or swim? Exactly. You either sink or you swim. So you get together, you have to work together. Some people have no background. And during the selection pool, we will find a way, and we tell them to make them fail. And what we're looking for these candidates or prospective students is how do they react to failure? How do they persevere? Do they show grit? Or did they give up easily? And that's part of the selection process.
That was very comprehensive, and what I liked about it is I picked up that it needs to be, or the programs you try to design are very hands-on. They're very dependent on group intelligence, and at the same time they have a ton of teamwork. And they allow a safe space for failure, which I appreciate. And whenever I say...
Collective intelligence is a key part of what
collective
we do.
intelligence,
Yeah.
yes. I was really glad I picked that up because I am a firm believer in collective intelligence, so I'm glad you have that integrated. Adela, when we say the word failure, it usually is connected very heavily with startups, unfortunately. And this is a very big scene that I'm interested in, I work in. So I want to... the people here, and I know there are a couple of founders here that I know, and how do they cultivate that mindset? So if I want to make sure that I have that ongoing innovative hat, I'm coming up with ideas, I'm allowing myself to fail, how do I cultivate that mindset bearing in mind that I'm not 15, so I'm not going to learn it in school. Yeah, I mean, a little bit on another generation.
Well, yeah, anyway, failure is
I'm 16,
difficult.
yes, Sydney got it right, just in case.
Yeah, failure is difficult regardless the age. But there is good news. Actually, design thinking, it's helping us also in this respect. It's learning us how to fail and then to move on. And for people in the startups, for entrepreneurs at the beginning of their career, that's really very challenging because, of course, when you start the business, you want to be successful. And then you have people around you, your family, friends, and you feel, oh, they will judge me. If I will fail, then they will disconsider myself. So this is one of the reasons why they push things in the market without being sure that these are products or services that will succeed. And the good news is that design thinking is actually offering you the tools to fail in a way that, and we even call it fail fast. That's one of the principles of design thinking, fail fast. What it means that part of the methodology, there are some tools that are teaching you how to prototype a product or a service and how to test it. So the good news is that design thinking doesn't have any cost, only the time that is involved. So you never produce anything physically before doing a prototype that is tested. And if you test it and it fails the test, you just spend some time and you have to do another iteration. But it's not that you invested money in something that is not working. So it's really extremely helpful. If any entrepreneur should start with that, you run a design thinking a project which can take from days to weeks or months if it's a big thing, and then you allow yourself to fail. And I truly believe that you never learn from success as much as you learn from failure, because failure is not the end of the world. You just have to understand what was not really good in your first attempt to succeed and to improve it. And then you go safe on the market after testing and improve. So what we need to build is this culture, this acceptance to failure, but not in a way that failure, okay, I failed and now everyone will have a bad opinion about myself and I will just give up. No, failing fast to learn, to move on and to better.
That's an excellent mindset, I think, whether you're an entrepreneur or anything else. And you say fail fast, and I know Denzel Washington is, I don't know if you know him, he's one of my favorite actors. He says fail forward. Mm-hmm. So if you're failing, you just keep moving forward. And one of the important things would be, as well, if I can add, would be to know that you are going to fail. Because entrepreneur or anything else, there's nobody who's going to do it perfect all the time right. And maybe I've studied your backgrounds, but I know you came to where you are now after a lot of time and a lot of work. So
I would say failure is a stepping stone to success, and it pushes the boundaries of innovation and creativity.
Fantastic. Sabah, I'm coming over to you. And I know you do a lot of work that focuses on the youth in Bahrain. And I'm interested, because I know there is a lot of movement like that in Bahrain, how do academic institutions or training institutions collaborate with professional bodies or with organizations to kind of have that bigger impact onto the market?
Sure. Of course, as you mentioned, we work closely with the youth through our programs, which is Rayat, for example, the scholarship program, and the younger generation from the age of 12 until 16. So we focus on giving them the practical side of the theory part they get in school and in the university. So for instance, Ithra program was from 12, as I said, until 16. We try to get them job exposure. It's not an internship, it's something shorter. It's like for a week. It depends on the institute itself. So we have good and strong relationships with different sectors, like banks and financial institutions, industry. So we send our students to those companies to get the, let's say, exposure of the real life work. Similarly, the university students as well, we make sure and we encourage them to get internship opportunities, as this will help them to get the practical side of the knowledge they get and practice the, let's say, the actual work. So in terms for the design thinking, I would encourage universities to include the design thinking in their curricula by, for example, giving them a real-world problem, and they have to think about it and find a human-centered solution to it. Additionally, they can also introduce, let's say, competitions, design thinking competitions, in collaboration with industry, to basically give them the theory part as well as the practical part.
Do you see that already happening in Bahrain? The things that you're talking to me about? Because I said this is a practical guide, so is this available for us?
It is happening to a certain extent, let's say. But we should encourage most of the students to get the exposure, to have the practical side of it, because this would distinguish students who doesn't get the, let's say, the practical side or the training, and students who gets it. The students who gets it, they can blend in easily in the real world. Yeah, that's it.
It's really nice because I know that you and maybe Yanal are in the same space, and both of you are telling me the same thing. We're trying to create people that are closer to the workforce, which aligns with, anyway, the vision of the kingdom, that they are trying to have the Bahraini be the employee of choice, the entrepreneur of selection and sustainable businesses. So I think it's really nice that we have the training bodies doing that. Sydney, I'm coming over to you, and what I'm going to ask is probably going to be the last one before we hit off a thunder round to the panelists. If I'm a corporate leader, I own a business or I work in a corporate, how can I establish that mindset to encourage and motivate my staff to sign on to this new culture?
Look, any activity in cultural change is going to be difficult. The bigger the organization, the harder it is, because you have entrenched interests, you have systems that are already in place, you have mindsets already in place. I think the moment you decide to really say, look, we're going to embrace a culture of innovation, the first thing you have to do is start hiring to that. That's the first thing you have to do. You have to start hiring now people that fit this new mold. The second thing you have to do is really go deep into each department and tell them, look, this is where we're going. This is what it's going to be. If you need training, we'll give you training. If you need help, we'll give you help. But this is where we're going, and you have to be with us. It's really important to get people on board. If the people below are not on board, it's very, very difficult. And again, I have, unfortunately, been in many corporations, and what I always see is management always makes half starts at things. Lower level employees get super frustrated. They get really frustrated, and then when the new idea comes, they say, well, there we go again. It'll die after 2 months, just leave it. You need to avoid that.
So it's know your people, build your people, then motivate your people. So you can't motivate people you haven't really got to know how to build it out. All right, so if anybody has attended any of my panels before, Nurhan always has what I call a thunder round, and I insist on having it irrespective of how much time I have. My thunder round basically means that you give us your last tip, your last takeaway, that if someone was going to forget everything you said, they're going to remember you for this and hopefully impact them for their lives. BIBF are staring at me, which means I have under 60 seconds. I know, but I'm avoiding eye contact. How do you like that? All right, so you have under 60 seconds. When I make sure everybody gets to speak, Adela will start with you. A tip, something I would remember you with, relevant to the topic.
Well, something that I would really like everyone to keep in mind is that design thinking, it's not rocket science, it's common sense. It's the common sense that we forgot, especially in big organizations, because we work in silos, we fight with each other, we want to be right. And design thinking, it's bringing us back into the only person that really should matter for us, the people that we are serving with our products, services, governments, whatever business we are. So it's not rocket science, it's not so hard to learn, and it's the common sense. Well, we need tools. Sometimes even for common sense, we need tools and methods.
You could see the BIBF staff are slowly approaching. Yanal, how about you? Last tip.
Oh gosh, there's lots of opportunities. Bahrain's blessed with so many training opportunities. It's never too late to enter tech. There's a plethora of training programs, and don't be afraid to take the step.
Fantastic, love it. Sydney.
I'm going to steal a little bit from Hamid. Stop falling in love with technology. Technology is a tool. It is just a tool. You don't use a hammer as a screwdriver. You don't use a screwdriver to hit in a nail. Select technologies based on your need and the problem you're trying to address.
Fantastic. Saba?
Design thinking is a mindset. So everyone has to make the effort in their own perspective to change the culture wherever they are. Additionally, there are many solutions to one problem. So be creative in your thinking.
Love it. If you guys allow me, as an entrepreneur in the field, I was really grateful to hear their Thunder Round contributions. But for me, I have learned that I can learn anything. And if I wanted to learn anything, I could. So when I started the business, there are things I didn't know, and I had to learn it, and I figured it out, and now we know it. Now we know how to do it. So the point is, you could learn anything if you set your mind on it, and you can get as many resources as you need. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an absolute honor to be with you on the panel today. Thank you for joining us. BIBF, thank you so much for hosting us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being so kind, so warm, and so welcome. We'll see you in another panel and another time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nurhan, for moderating this panel discussion. And thanks to our esteemed panelists for their visionary ideas into the key focus areas of sustainability. Thank you so much. Now, staying on the subject of sustainability, we move to another exciting session entitled Design Thinking Strategies for a Sustainable Tomorrow. Please join me in welcoming Design and Product Leader at General Assembly, Ms. Osai Hashimi.
All right, hello everyone. I'm going to start off by doing a mic check. Can everyone hear me in the back? Yes. Okay, sound is on point. All right, welcome in. I know this is the last agenda item of the day, so I will try to be as efficient as possible. All right. So my name is Osai Hashimi, and I'm going to give you a little background information about myself and my journey into design. I started out my career as a mixed media conceptual artist, and then I pursued math education in K through 12. Shortly before I entered product design and innovation, I've been with GA for a little over 2 years, teaching in the San Francisco Bay Area and Bahrain, and I've led research and development in the ed tech space as an entrepreneur, researcher, and behavioral designer. All right, so enough about me. Let's discuss General Assembly's role and its partnership with the Temkeen to provide education and hands-on client projects to reskill and upskill the Bahraini workforce in a range of areas from UX design to data analytics and software engineering. The main goal of this partnership is to upskill Bahrainis so that it can further economic growth in the region. Next. All right, so design thinking focuses on developing an understanding of the people that products and services are created for. As you all just experienced this panel discussion, I feel like they've covered all my talking points, but they really iterated the importance of taking a human-centered approach to problem solving. And the value of this is that it's been, the value of this over time is that it's been a strategic asset in various industries. Unlike traditional problem-solving methods, design thinking places the end users at the core of the process, and this approach really ensures that solutions are not just technically feasible, but also really resonate with the target user. You might be wondering, why is this beneficial to my business? Why is this beneficial to my organization? And the key is that using a design thinking approach really allows the iterative nature of the process, really allows for innovation and growth. When you're providing customer-centric solutions, you know that your users or your target users are receiving the goods or services that they're expecting. So you can retain your users over time and ideally have brand ambassadors that actually promote your product or service. Design thinking is not just good for business. It reduces the risk of investing heavily in concepts that might not resonate with the market. So we want to ensure that using a research-centric approach, that we are actually creating products and services that align with our target users' mental models. This will generally and across the board has proven to be efficient and sustainable within the context of business. Next slide. All right. So the impact of UX on sustainability is an emerging consideration, especially with climate change being an imminent threat to our very survival. While the connection may not be immediately obvious, there are several ways in which UX practices can contribute to sustainability efforts. Not only does it promote efficient design to streamline workflow processes, but it also reduces those physical resources, which really allow us to prioritize longevity and durability and reduce long-term cost for our businesses and organizations. With that being said, this is not only just an environmental, this does not just serve environmental benefits, but it can also enhance your company's reputation and appeal to more environmentally conscious consumers. With younger generational cohorts entering the workforce and having the resources to make conscious decisions of what they purchase, there are a lot more, with climate change being an imminent threat, they are a lot more focused on purchasing brands that ensure they reduce their carbon footprint. So what does this mean for us as businesses, as organizations? It means that we really have to make a conscious effort to brand ourselves, make sure that our brand identity adopts this key principle in providing any sort of good or service, which is reduce the carbon footprint and align your goals with best practices. Okay, so I'm going to break down the design thinking process. What does this look like within the context of our workflows? This was a framework that was developed at the Stanford D School, and it's a user-centered approach to problem solving. It contains 5 phases of the design process, and we start off by making sure that we're designing the right thing first. We do this through an evidence-based approach by conducting qualitative or generative research studies to ensure that we're uncovering and understanding the insights and unmet needs of our users. After we feel like we've gotten a handle on what we've learned, we make sense of that information by ideation workshops and prototyping and testing our solutions to make sure that we've validated it with our target user. Throughout this entire process, we involve our users, so we ensure that our products and our services are human-centered. So where do we start? We start off with a strategy. We start off by comprehending the problem to ensure that our products and services, again, address our users' target needs, and that our decisions are driven by those insights and they're prioritized in the roadmap and aligns with our mission statement. And this is to really ensure that our milestones are actionable and well-defined throughout our workflow processes. And not only does this ensure that that our initiative is impactful, but that we are constantly adapting to a dynamic marketplace. So how do we combine design thinking and sustainability? Well, we focus on operationalizing, and we operationalize less waste, better products, and we design for real people. And this, obviously, we validate throughout the course of our product development lifecycle. So here's a real case in a 2018 study conducted by the research firm Forrester, measuring the total economic impact of IBM's design thinking practice. They were able, through this study, to show that design implementation means clear metrics, increased profits, and savings. Not only that, but it reduced risk and improved outcomes, which results in a more collaborative environment and millions saved in streamlining workflow processes. So when you have more productive workflows, you have more productive, when you have a more productive workflow strategy in place, you have more productive teams, and as a result, you have higher output of labor. So when looking at this example, we can see that the time to market for IBM was slashed while cutting millions in cost. The cost to benefit ratio for implementing design increased over time, reaching over 3 times by the 3rd year. So all that's to say, sustainable design is not just beneficial for your bottom line, but using a design thinking approach really will allow your company and organization to really prevent those long-term downstream inefficiencies. Here's another case of Patagonia's sustainable and design thinking practices. It's been a major business opportunity for Patagonia. Its strong commitment to sustainability has forced their company to really prioritize using recycled and organic materials in their products. They also promote fair labor practices, and they're actively engaging in environmental activism. So the company encourages repair and reuse of their initiatives. They have the Worn Wear program, which aims to reduce the overall environmental impact. And you'll find a lot of millennials and Gen Z consumers that are willing to purchase Patagonia products despite the price point, because they understand that not only am I getting a product that is recycled, it is made of organic goods, it will allow for less of a carbon footprint, and it will essentially align with their goals in terms of their consumer behavior. So, in other words, Patagonia has done a really excellent job at understanding its target users while also prioritizing its business goals as an environmentally conscious brand that takes into account all these factors. Next. All right, so all that being said, environmentally friendly products and services are basically both products and services that use natural resources and minimize waste. This means renewable energy sources, our products made with a sustainable supply chain, and goods that are both goods that are recycled and include efficient components that also aid in reducing waste. So what are the benefits of sustainability? Why should this be a design principle of yours as an organization or business? Well, it has numerous benefits, as you were able to see in the previous slides. There's a lot of benefit for both the environment and businesses. And if we can implement a sustainable model into our practices as a business, we can reduce cost in the long run. It requires fewer raw materials, energy resources, and avoiding using traditional products can really ensure that we are or future-centric and environmentally focused. All right, and let's see. So, what exactly are the environmental benefits here? Sustainable products, we know, reduce the environmental impacts of both the traditional products, and this reduction of waste really minimizes pollution, which means that we can ensure that we have a planet that is actually survivable in the long term. And then we have product development benefits. So sustainable product design can lead to more innovative and efficient products and services, and this generally leads to improved satisfaction and increased sales. As you all previously saw in the Stanford D-School example of using design thinking to inform our business strategies, when we target our users and make sure that we're talking and researching with our users, we're able to actually come up with a solution that really meets their needs. So we really retain those users and those customers long term. All right, so what are the benefits of the sustainable practices in your business? When we create environmentally friendly products while keeping sustainability top of mind, especially when it comes to operations, we can help reduce our impact on the environment and also establish ourselves as leaders that are on board with this initiative. And like I said, with younger generational cohorts, we really want to prioritize our business as responsible and forward-thinking in this specific way. All right, so why invest in sustainable design? So this is more than just a trend. It's a deep, complex field that really pushes our designers to think past just making things look good or even work well. It's really about tackling these tough issues and trying to prioritize these opportunities with the goal of really making digital products that are good for our planet, and also with a user-centric approach. All right, so adoption. How do we ensure that we are ethical in our practices? Well, it's our job to gather data, and with that data, we have to ensure that we are not only meeting legal standards, but we're consistent with ethical standards. So how we manage that data is key, and I believe that that is one of the most important points for designers to consider, is how do we treat this data and how do we implement it using a design thinking approach that really addresses core issues. So it's not just about making your products more visually appealing. It's really about using a data-centric approach to ensure that we are not only meeting ethical and legal standards, but also delivering products that align with our target user's mental model. So as you can probably tell, that design is not just a one-person show, and it's really about teaming up with our designers, our developers, and all the other important players. When everyone is brought in and brings their A game, sustainability becomes a part of the entire roadmap. You can think about it as a green thread that you weave through the entire process so that you make sure that what you create is mindful for the planet. All right, so how do we leverage sustainable technologies? Well, with all this new technology, especially within the context of AI and machine learning, we've got a lot of chances to boost digital sustainability. If we think about how much time and effort and processes using AI actually saves your workforce, it's something to not only incorporate into training, but also into processes. So running out of time here. Okay, next. All right, next. Okay. Next. All right, so measuring impact. Let us focus in, since I'm running short on time here, we want to measuring impact, as we know, is key for our businesses, and it's really about treating our KPIs as our compass. Dashboards, as we know, aren't just for tracking numbers, but your dashboards can be a really effective way of guiding your organization's future priorities. All the data's there. We just have to make sure that we incorporate that data into how it informs our processes. All right, so what is next here? How do we prepare for future stars with design thinking? We're gearing up our future leaders with the power of design thinking, and us here at General Assembly are playing a huge part in this. We're not just teaching design thinking in the US, but we're teaching design thinking all over the world, and we've teamed up with organizations like BIBF. Our goal is to really nurture a generation of innovation, but also do it in a conscious and sustainable way so that we can ensure we have a planet to live on tomorrow. All right, thank you. Any questions? I know that was a quick run through, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes.
About sustainability, I work in the IT industry, and we provide software solutions. Now, the problem is the cloud. You probably know this better than me. The cloud uses up a lot of energy. It's very carbon intensive, as they say. So is it preferable choice A, to work on reducing that energy use of the cloud, or provide basically an offline version? You probably know now you can get an Mac Studio with an M3, and you can run any software on it very fast. So is it preferable to have the on-site version, or try to reduce energy usage in the cloud?
Well, I guess that really depends on your organization's the human, social, and financial resources, and what is prioritized as your company's business principles. So I think I would need that information to really be able to assess what an optimal solution would be for that situation.
So if the environment is not really good, then it's not like a priority, right?
It's not, right, and it's not, as a result, it's not a design principle that, say, your designers or developers are incorporating as they make their design decisions. So this is why it has to be incorporated into the workflow, and it's like one of the speakers mentioned earlier, it really has to come from the top down. So when senior leadership prioritizes sustainability, for instance, they will weave that into every workflow, regardless of which department. It's just a holistic approach to how business is conducted.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Osai. And we come to the end of the forum, the Design Thinking Forum for today. We've explored concepts of digital innovation, design thinking, and transformation. Rich discussions, diverse perspectives, and invaluable insights shared by our esteemed speakers have undoubtedly left us with a wealth of knowledge. I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to all our speakers and all our panelists, our partners, and most importantly, to each one of you for being a part of this insightful journey. Also, just a small tip. Let's not make this the end of design thinking. Let's make this the beginning. This is not just a one-time event. It's a catalyst for ongoing conversations, collaborations, and most importantly, action. Thank you all for coming once again. May your journey in the world of design thinking be as important as the discussions that we've had today. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.